can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Every time I look in your eyes, baby, I can feel your energy. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
I'm not talking. I hate NA production. Hey guys, we can be heard now.
Crazy.
I was crazy once.
No, stop. Stop it. The chat's already on fire. The
What?
NA production is running rampant. And once again, I'll welcome you guys to week 10 of the Rocket First Draft League. Today's going to be a long day, guys. We have 6 matches ahead of us today. Going to be quite a day full of exciting Rocket League. I hope you guys are ready here in Twitch chat and here on the desk. As we're getting closer and closer to mid-season, guys, so every one of these series is going to be very big for all of these teams. Okay, I mean, nobody else has to say anything. I could just
Yeah, I don't
talk.
got anything to say.
I could just keep talking and talking.
Airlex is next on the desk. It's supposed to be Airlex.
Okay, I see how it is. Okay. Wow.
Skill issue.
When does Airlax have things to say? I mean, you know, we kind of steal all of his thoughts from him.
Wow.
But I mean, you know, if you guys want to see how mid-season is going to go down, make sure you go onto the master sheet and look at that mid-season tournament. Obviously, there are no team names there yet, as we're still going to try and figure out where all the seeds are at the end of week 11. But as I was saying, the standings are very close right now. So I do think that anybody can start pushing into the top 4 spots, and those spots are going to be very important to get that bye in the first round. So we're going to really have to see which teams can step up today. But let's take a look at the leaderboard for the day and see where everybody is starting out for week number 10. As you can see, X3 Tactics and Black Money Gaming both tied in record right now. Looking for that top seed. Fox Clan and Big Dragon Squad right beneath them. Also tied with Purrsion 1 and Claude 9. And then we have LumiMawcity, Dignipaws, Protogen, and OwOptic all tied as well, with Gentle Paws and Twisted Tails bringing up the rear. Definitely just shows exactly how close a lot of these teams are to taking any of these. Like 2 wins and you can find yourself into the top 4. So we're going to be looking for some of the best gameplay that we've seen from these teams yet. What are you guys excited for this week?
I mean, personally, I'm really excited to just see how much the standings get shaken up, because if I recall correctly, there's quite a few of those teams that are tied in series record that will be playing each other, which will be very, very interesting to see, because both teams will be just dying for that win to get further on into the standings.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point where you start to see, I think, some of the teams break away. I mean, obviously, it could be, you know, pretty level throughout the entirety of the season, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. So, it'll be interesting to see, I think, how teams start to gain momentum.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. And we have some very exciting matches this week, as you can see here on your screen. Going to be starting off today with our featured matchup, X3 Tactics versus Twisted Tails. Then we're going to be going on over to BDS versus Purrsion 1, following up with Fox Clan versus Gentle Paws. And then we're going to go straight into 3 more matches. As I said, a long one today. Going to start that next 3 with Dignipaws and LumiMawcity, then Black Money Gaming, Protogen Rebellion, and ending the day with Claude 9 versus OwOptic Gaming. As we were saying, a lot of these teams that are tied going to be playing each other. I think, if that's correct. Yeah, Purrsion 1, Big Dragon Squad, they're tied. Who else? LumiMawcity and Dignipaws are tied. I think that might be it for the really tied matchups, but I mean, all these teams are also very close, which could bring them back to tied going into week 11, and that is going to be extremely exciting to see if we can get a lot of 5-5 teams, and that'll really like shake up the standings. But we do have that featured matchup happening first today, which we're just going to go ahead and get straight to talking about, guys. X3 Tactics versus Twisted Tails. Two basically entirely new rosters are going to be starting us off today, and I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have to offer us.
Yeah, I'm honestly really excited to see this as well, because just having two completely new rosters is it's very, very interesting, to say the least, especially since like they're now just going right up against each other. So it's yeah, I don't really know what to say about this.
Yeah, roster moves, right? Seen a lot of it, and so we get a lot of these kind of matches where we don't really have a whole lot of context, I think, going into it. We just have to kind of see how they play out, which makes, for some exciting Rocket League. So I think it'll be a good match.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that both these teams have something to prove. I think it's going to be very important to see how both of these teams kind of fare against one another. There are going to be a lot of EU players on Twisted Tails as well, and with Shy being from the West, I believe, that means they're all going to be playing on US East, so you could give advantage over to X3, but as we talked about during the podcast, they are a completely new team of players that might not have been able to practice as much with each other. Meanwhile, we've had a whole 1 week break, and in those last 2 weeks between our last league stream and today, I've constantly been seeing Golden, Skifty, and Liska in a VC together, always grinding, always practicing. I think they're really going to try and put on a show for us today, so very excited to see what they're going to do. But let's start talking about some of these teams as they get ready in the lobby. Let's talk about Twisted Tails, seeing that I've already named all three of them coming into this one. Liska, Skifty, and Golden, excellent players. They just about found their second win last week. Will they be able to do it this week, is my question to you guys.
Wait, what was that, Fade?
Will they be able to win this week? What do you guys think?
I mean, Liska goated as always, first and foremost. But I actually got to scrim this team, I believe, or was it? No, I think it was X3. I can't remember. But I believe I've played at least one game with every single one of these players, and they are all very, very solid for their rank. And it's definitely going to be interesting, to say the least, but I believe that they definitely have a fairly good chance at winning this.
Yeah, you have to believe, right? They played really well beforehand, and I think they continue to get better. I think we said kind of early on when they started that we needed to see more time, I think, and obviously, as you guys have been saying, they've had a lot of time. So I have to believe they're going to be playing pretty well. So I think they've got a more than good chance.
Yeah, I think that they have a really good chance today. I think that, they've been ramping up. I think they've been looking really good. They looked so good in their match last week or 2 weeks ago, I believe against Purrsion 1. So, you gotta have some hopes for this team. They haven't had the best start to the league, but it's still a long way away from playoffs, so there's still plenty of time for this team to get some momentum. But they are going to be facing a newer squad in X3 Tactics coming in today, guys. And this is under new management. Shy is the new manager of X3 Tactics. Joining them, a couple of players we haven't seen yet. We have Frosty coming in as a sub, and a new official member of X3 Tactics. It's going to be Trico. This is a player. These two are both players I've never seen before in the league or otherwise, so I really don't know what to expect for them and what they're going to be able to bring to the league. I have played against, I think, Trico once in a scrim, and they seemed like a pretty solid player. So going with Shy and Frosty, I'm going to have to wait and see and how these guys will perform, but I'm optimistic for them.
Yeah, I'm honestly optimistic for them too, because I mentioned that I did get to scrim X3. I believe at that point, since Trico wasn't able to make it, I think it was Shy, Frosty, and Yuki on the team, and I believe that they definitely have a lot of potential. But of course, starting with a completely new roster this far into the league is definitely going to put them at a disadvantage. However, they are also first in the league, so they do have a bit of a cushion to like lean on, which is, I feel like they might need it, but if they're able to show up today, they might just keep running with that first place position.
Yeah, that was still exactly what I wanted to say. Gosh, dang it.
Haha.
Yeah, new rosters are tough, but it's a little bit less tough when you kind of are in that first position that they're in. They have, I think, some breathing room, as Airlex was alluding to, that I think will work in their benefit. There's not going to be as much pressure, which is nice. They're going to have time to kind of not super stress out about trying to like get wins immediately. So yeah, I think that'll work in their benefit, and yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out, but I'm sure it'll play out well.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to see how these guys vibe and just see what exactly they can pull off here. Now, we do know that X3 has been looking for a third for the last little bit now. So this is kind of a tryout for Frosty. Do you think that there's going to be any pressure going on them for this match? Because I assume if they win, Frosty will stay on the roster. If they lose, might not necessarily be the case. Do you think that that's in the back of their head at all going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would have to believe not, for the kind of similar reasons that we were talking about with them being kind of higher up on the leaderboards. I would look more for synergies rather than outcome. And I think personally, if they're running with this, and I've heard that they've been running with this for a little bit, that there's going to be at least some chemistry there already. And I think even, win or lose, if they play well as a team, I think they'll stick around. But we'll have to see. Obviously, that decision will be made by team management. So
Yeah, that's really all you can do, because like as I mentioned, they have like a lot of that cushion, so they have like plenty of leeway to just like try out different members, see what meshes well and what they want to go with.
Yeah, we'll just have to see exactly how that goes. But before we start, let's go ahead and talk about where our predictions landed for this week. And I'm trying to make sure I have them all. Yeah, this would be all of them. So is this all of them? Yes. Okay. So I predicted Game 4 to Twisted Tales. Arrow has also said Game 4 to Twisted Tales. Docky said Game 3 sweep for Twisted Tales. And Firestreak said 3-2 to Twisted Tales. So a bit of a one-sided desk today. Is that going to matter? Are we desk cursing Twisted Tales, or are they finally going to be able to find their second win on the season? We're about to find out right now, guys, as we go into the first match of the day. It's going to be Twisted Tales versus X3 Tactics. As we said, will X3 be able to keep their number one spot locked up with the win here, or will Twisted Tales finally get their second win on the season? Let's find out right now, guys, as we go into this game number one. It's going to be Golden starting us off here on the side. Frosty having to go up early for this ball. Trico with an immediate shot, and that's going to be their first goal in RFDL.
Yeah, and a very, very good shot at that as well. Just going up for that ball, hitting it perfectly with their car, slotting that right above Golden's head. And only 11 seconds in, X3 Tactics already looking to take this game. There's still plenty of time left for either team to take a massive lead in this game, and possibly even in the series, as Skifty gonna try and get this out. Gets a good 50, is going to have another bounce there, and that's going to be right under the defense, and this is already looking like a barn burner of a game.
Skifty doing really well there, noticing that Frosty was going to be up, but they jumped a little bit too early, flipped over to the side, not able to stay in front of that ball. And this is what you want to see from both these teams. Very quick, aggressive pushes are what these teams are kind of known for. The old X3 tactics, you know, we constantly would talk about how they used to specialize in that offensive siege on the attacking third. We're going to have to see if this X3 tactic squad can do the same, or if their rotations are going to be a little bit different than what we used to see. Now, Golden trying to keep that ball outside from their net. No touch coming in from the X3 tactic squad to put that in a dangerous spot. Golden able to move this forward. Trico will be able to get the clear, but Liska will be first up to this one. Trico, another big pop. Skifty looking for the shot, but it's going to be right to Shy, as they are able to clear this one away. Now another shot over to the corner of Twisted Tails. This one's awkward.
Oh, that's dangerous.
It's gonna be Shy getting the second goal for X3 Tactics.
That's a very, very good play as well. You see Frosty just putting that along the back wall. Skifty just barely not able to get there. Shy using pretty much every ounce of boost that they had to put that one in. A very, very good shot there. Putting X3 Tactics right back up by 1, and a good kickoff for them as well. Shy's going to go for redirect. Liska off the bar. That's really unfortunate, but Golden's going to be there. Oh, that was so very close, but Shy is going to try and keep up the pressure here. X3 Tactic looking for another one as Skifty going to get the save. Golden putting it away safely. Going to try for a bit of a read here. Off the back wall, Shy going to put this one over to the side for Frosty, who goes for the musty, tries for the double. Skifty is going to be there, but Shy putting that one in, putting X3 Tactics up by 2 with 3 minutes 13 left on the clock.
And that's a really good double tap by Frosty there. I don't think the defense from Twisted Tails was expecting it to go straight towards the net like that. Unfortunately, no one in the right spot to get a save on that. X3 Tactics looking really good in this game number 1. But we're going to have to see how Twisted Tails can come back here. Now, obviously, due to ping difference in itself, this is honestly not a good match for Twisted Tails to have to try and stage a comeback here in the season, as always being on that East is going to make this a little bit more difficult for you. But we saw this last week as well, and they did just fine, so I'm expecting them to be able to turn around this game number 1. But they're going to need to get possession of the ball first, and Frosty doing a really good job at keeping it away from any of the attackers coming towards them. Now Frosty not going to be able to get a read on that pass from Trico, but Trico keeps possession. Skifty out to the side, but only goes as far as Shy, and Liska going to have to play defensively and try to get this one out.
X3 Tactics still putting on a lot of pressure from Twisted Tails. Twisted Tails is going to have to try and break away from this, as that one barely goes off the bar. Golden getting credited with the save. It's not over yet. Shy with another shot, and that one's just going to be top bins. X3 Tactics now up by 3. And Twisted Tails not looking to be in the best position here, as we saw both defenders in net having 0 boost to even attempt to save that, let alone just such a banger of a shot that was. Now X3 Tactics once again getting a very favorable kickoff, putting that one off to the mid, the pinch nearly going in. Now Liska gonna try and take this one around, gets it past 1, but Shy just going to play this very patient, trying to put it around. Trico taking control, goes for the 50. Golden getting a fairly favorable 50. Liska gonna try for the shot, but it's going to be high. Frosty gonna keep that one away. X3 Tactics looking very, very good on defense, and able to also really turn it around to that offensive side as well, as we see Frosty once again going up for another save. Just coming up on 80 seconds left, still 3 goals down. Twisted Tails is gonna have to try and find something, as that might be it. Liska off the bar. Skifty's gonna be there though, and finally Twisted Tails has answered the onslaught from X3 Tactics.
And finally, a moment exists for Twisted Tails there. They saw that nobody had any boosts. They had to get rotated out to get those small pads. And while the opening was there, a couple of shots is all it takes for Twisted Tails to get back into this game. Only down by 2 with 1:11 left. Gonna be a tough comeback though, but definitely possible for these guys. Now Liska and Skifty both trying to get in front of this ball on the defensive back half of the field. Skifty not getting the best bounce up for that touch. Frosty now with possession. Liska going to have to play this one slow. They're just going to take this on the dribble. Pass 2. There's a chance in midfield. Trico going to be waiting down on in front of the net. It wasn't needed as Shy will be able to put that one away. Now Skifty moving forward. Looking like some intentional errors going on the side of Rocket League. RL production, ladies and gentlemen. But Golden trying to keep this in the corner, but with 22 seconds left, they need to be able to push now, and that doesn't seem to be in the cards for Twisted Tails right now.
However, that one just gonna go in. Next 2 tactics. Yeah, 16 seconds as we get a party was destroyed because of a connection error. Yep, that's typical Rocket League for you. Anyway, back to the game. 16 seconds left, down by 3. It's definitely not insurmountable, but Twisted Tails has pretty much got to call it here and just try and figure out what X3 Tactics has been doing that's been working so well for them in this game. As that one's just going to go off the bar. Golden, oh, misses the shot, and that is definitely going to be game there. X3 Tactics taking this first game in a very dominant fashion.
And honestly, I feel like that was a very boost control heavy game for X3 Tactics. They did really well at being able to keep the pressure on that attacking defensive third for Twisted Tails. And I saw a lot of opportunities where Twisted Tails just wasn't in the right spot. They didn't have the right boost to be able to save that. So if they can work on that boost possession a little bit better, I think game number 2 could be a little bit cleaner for them.
Yeah, but just... yeah, X3 Tactics was just putting on so much pressure on that Twisted Tail side, and like, yeah, just we hear the crossbar ping, gotta love that sound. But yeah, we can just see, just from these replays, just so much pressure coming out from X3 Tactics, and Twisted Tails is just gonna have to try and find a way to just break away from that presser just somehow. But it's definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, and as we get into game 2 here very soon, we're going to see exactly what these guys can do and see if they can come back and tie up this series. Now, we did see last week against Purrsion 1 that they did a really good job of coming back when they were down, so hopefully we see the same sort of comeback. It'd definitely be rough going 1-9.
What is that car?
On the season for them. But yeah, Golden, I think that's a Nomad. I mean, I'm not choosing to stay focused on it. That was the game's doing, but my goodness, what a choice coming from Golden. Maybe thinking that they need a little bit of a heavier hitbox there, but it's not going to work out here as Shy gets the first shot in for X3 Tactics again.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, I think the Nomad either has the Octane or the Merc hitbox, which I can't remember what Golden was using before, but it might be just the difference that they need to start getting more touches that they want. As Liska just missing that ball, possibly a disconnect there. That's going to be very unfortunate for them to deal with, but Twisted Tails still able to get out of it scot-free as Liska gets it past 2. Frosty's the only one that's going to be on there. The 50 is going to go up the wall. Frosty, once again, really quick up to that. They're really showing up in this game as we see Skifty also on a new car as well in the breakout. And I think Liska is on another car as well. So we have an entire switch up from Twisted Tails. We shall see how that treats them as we're getting quite a few demos here. X3 gonna try and break out of their defensive half, but Skifty just gonna be there to bang it all the way back down. Get him up on Frosty as well. Twisted Tail is getting a bit more offensive pressure, but it looks like X3 Tactics is able to deal with it really, really well. We're gonna have to see if Twisted Tails can finally get even more and finally start putting in some nets.
Now Golden going to pop this one up high. Looks for an opportunity, but Trico gonna be the first one to that ball. No boost once again on the side of Twisted Tails. They just seem to be using too much to get back into position. They don't have enough for the shot. They're gonna have to try and alleviate that boost usage a little bit if they want to get some good chances on the X3 Tactics net. Now Skifty trying to find a chance. A miss from Trico allows for a shot opportunity, but Shy in the perfect position to swipe that one away. Now Frosty, not the best touch, but goes straight over to Trico. Pop up. Is anyone for the Twisted Tail roster there? The shot goes so close, but Trico, excellent save to keep that one out. Golden with the fake, but Liska can't get a touch on the ball. We remain at that 0-1 score line right now. 2 minutes 30 left for Twisted Tails to mount a comeback.
Yeah, but we're still seeing so much pressure coming out from Twisted Tails, and this is exactly what we want to see from them, as it has stopped the onslaught that X3 Tactics had in that first game. They're going to need just that tiny bit more to start getting goals of their own. We're going to see Shy just taking this one up slowly. Doesn't get the best touch. It's going to go back to Frosty, who takes control. And a bit over one. Golden getting demoed, but is able to get the save in time. Now Liska trying to take this round. Gets the demo, but no one from Twisted Tails is there to capitalize. Skifty having to dive for this. Frosty going for a pinch here, but it's just going to relinquish possession right back to Twisted Tails. So we see Skifty coming up for this, just has Trico to beat, and Trico getting a perfect touch over to the corner to keep X3 Tactics alive. Now Trico trying to get this one over, is able to get a pass into the midfield. Frosty's going to be there, but Skifty dropping down onto the ball to save that one away. Twisted Tails getting stuck on their defense a little bit here. But it looks like X3 Tactics, their pressure might be starting to falter ever so slightly, which is allowing Twisted Tails to get out of this as we see a massive pinch go across. Frosty trying for the read, gets a 50, but no one from X3 is going to be there. That's going to allow them to get out of that scot-free as we hit 1 minute remaining on the clock, and Twisted Tails still in their defensive half, just scrambling to try and get an offensive possession.
You can see right here, once again, low boost on the side of Twisted Tails. No shot coming through for X3, though. Golden going to pick up that corner boost, but Frosty in control of the midfield and the ball. Going to grab this corner boost as well. Just keeping Twisted Tails so low, it makes it so hard to defend any of these balls coming their way. But X3 Tactics having some issues finding the right shot to put on net as well. 25 seconds left. Still a comeback available for Twisted Tails, but they have to be able to push out of their own half. And they need to do it right now. 17 seconds remaining. Liska will get a good pitch touch down the side of the field. Looking past one. They got it, but Golden not close enough for that 50. Shy clears it long. Skifty has to play the soft game, waiting for a shot opportunity from X3. A demo on the field, and X3 Tactics take game 2. It's only a 1-goal game there, Alex. It's looking a lot better from Twisted Tails there. And we're seeing a lot of hesitation on committing for some of those attacking plays. And I would like to see a little bit more aggression from Twisted Tails going into game 3.
Yeah, I've absolutely got to agree, because they were able to keep themselves out of their defensive half a lot better up until the last minute of that game or so. But yeah, they just got to keep up that pressure as much as they can, because it was keeping them away from that defensive half, and it was not allowing X3 to get those chances on their net that they wanted. However, just that one goal is all that they needed to take that game, which, for one, obviously is very good for X3 because now they're on match point, but it's also good for Twisted Tails as well because they were able to just completely swing that momentum, and even if they lost that game, they were able to just keep it a lot closer, which is very good for them.
Yeah, and we'll just show that one goal right here. It was a really good touch from Shy. It's all that was really needed. to go ahead in that game number 2. For Twisted Tails, I need to see a bit more aggression, and I need to see them get it quick because they need to start taking the lead in this series. They don't do so well when they're playing from behind. And going into game 3, we're going to see if they can do just that. Going off of the kickoff here. Going to go straight to Trico, who doesn't get the boost. So Skifty able to move forward. Unfortunately, not able to reach that ball in time. And Frosty gets it over Golden, allowing for a Twisted Tails offense. And Frosty has impressed me so far with their midfield play. They've been putting their team in a lot of really good opportunities and a lot of good positions with this midfield pressure that they've been able to put on. Now, Skifty going to have to try and get this off of the wall, and unfortunately, that server just not going to let them see exactly where that ball is. That just went right in front of their car, not able to do much. Big pinch, though, coming out, but no one on the Twisted Tail side able to commit for that. A couple of demos on the side of X3 Tactics. Not going to allow for an offensive opportunity, though, but that's going to be a shot. Excellent placement for Shy. And X3 Tactics up once again.
That was a really good shot from Shy as well, just popping off of that wall, and Liska just barely unable to get up enough for that shot. Now X3 Tactics once again up by 1, looking to take this game. Twisted Tails gonna have to try and find something. However, Shy going up, gets the double, and is immediately going to double that goal lead. What a fantastic shot that is.
Yeah, my goodness. X3 has turned on. This was not exactly what I think anybody was expecting from this squad going into the game, as the desk might have just cursed Twisted Tails a little bit with this one. It just seems like X3 has all the momentum, but as I say it, a little bit of criticism of my own. Excellent touch from Liska here, off the, not off the ceiling, but perfect read to the backboard, and perfect position to put that straight down into the back of the net. And Twisted Tails, they're down, but they're not out.
Absolutely, and of course, you know I gotta say it, Liska absolutely goated. Just seeing Shy's double and immediately just saying, hey, I can do that too, just watch. Now Twisted Tails, cutting down that goal lead, is going to look for another one here. As Trico gets a massive pinch, going to try for the read, but it's a double commit. And Skifty going to put that one away to a safe spot. It doesn't get that boost there, and that's going to allow X3 Tactics to start some pressure once again. But Liska with a good pinch. Golden going up off the backboard, sorry. But not quite able to get the double. Now Shy, not quite able to get the touch. Golden trying to put that one mid. Liska with the shot, but all 3 members of X3 Tactics there to make the save. However, that is a bit of an awkward position for them. Twisted Tails might be able to capitalize, but every single one of them just moving back. We just saw, once again, them just relinquishing that pressure, and they're going to have to try and just keep up that pressure as much as possible if they want back into the series. As Liska going to try for the shot, but the fake is kind of getting faked out from that miss. And just missing the open net. Very unfortunate. As Shy going to put a shot on. Liska popping this one up. Just trying to get it past everyone. Golden with a perfect touch over to the side. That might give them what they need. As Shy going to go up for this. And is able to save it away. But Frosty putting it right back into the midfield. But once again, Twisted Tails just turning back. They're not keeping up that offensive pressure like they need to. And I really want to see them just keep that up, or else they're not going to have a chance here.
It just seems like Twisted Tails is playing very reactionary to the touches happening on the field, where they need to really just try to start making their own plays. They're kind of letting X3 play their game and just trying to make sure that they make some, they kind of just are ready for any sort of mistakes that happen. But they need to force those mistakes to happen, or else they're just not going to be able to take the lead here. Now Trico off of the corner. Unfortunately, Skifty not getting up high enough with that smaller hitbox. I believe they're on a one of the Batmobile hitboxes with that small of a vehicle right there. Now another chance for X3 Tactics. Gonna be saved away, and this is a chance for Twisted Tails, but it's gonna roll up, and no one, once again, up for this ball. couple of bumps coming out, I think, on X3 Tactics' own members. So we're starting to see a little bit of panic come out. Maybe Twisted Tails can use it to their advantage. Skifty is up, but the shot is wide. And those are those sort of opportunities that you're not going to be able to start putting at the backboard every time. You need to start putting those in the back of the net. Now, a minute remaining. Liska with possession. Heavy touch. Golden tries to take the touch, and you see Liska turn off immediately from that. And this is just the same Twisted Tails play that we've seen all series long, and we've already seen what happens when they start playing like this. Another shot going in from Shy, and that might be the end of the match here.
I mean, it might be, but Twisted Tails now down by 2 with 40 seconds left. They now have nothing left to lose, so they just need to go just far as they can, and they just need to keep up that pressure, because if it means that they get scored on, oh well. They just need to keep trying as best they can, and that is exactly what they're going to do. I'm already seeing so much more pressure from them as Golden going to try for the shot. Shy has to get the save. Now Skifty going to be on this ball, tries for the shot again. That one's off the bar. Golden not able to read it. And Liska trying to put this one mid. Skifty tries for the shot, isn't quite able to get it, but a bit of a mistouch from X3 Tactics as we hit the last 10 seconds of the game. Liska gonna have to make a play on this immediately. Gets the 50, and that one's going to be over Skifty, and that one is going to be game. A sweep for X3 Tactics.
And X3 Tactics coming in to impress once again. They're showing that this team is here to play. That was a very good series from all three of them. A little bit too much to be desired from Twisted Tails. Unfortunately, it just seemed like they weren't all on the same page. They were playing really far back. They were playing kind of scared most of the time. I'd like to see a little bit more aggression coming out from them for the future. But they're going to have a tough road ahead of them to climb up those standings. But X3 Tactics now in a good position, especially with that sweep, to keep their first place going into week number 11. And I mean, what else can you say? I mean, a sweep for a new roster. They're looking really good. I'm betting Frosty gets signed off of this.
Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and I will also say that that guarantees X3 Tactics to stay in that first place position for this week, because that game diff was, I believe, 2 before everything was put in. Maybe not. Numbers are looking weird, sorry, but I believe that just guarantees that they're first.
Yeah, it does, because no matter what, even if Black Bunny Gaming sweep their match, they would still be down by 3 game differential, I believe, 2 or 3. So yeah, X3 Tactics looking to keep that first place spot until week 11. We'll have to see how that Black Bunny Gaming match goes later to see if they can come back or not. But guys, that's only the first match of the 6 we have for you guys today. X3 Tactics is going to take the win. Who will be able to win our next match? After this, we will be back with, I believe, BDS versus Purrsion 1. Stick around, guys, and we will be back with you shortly.
too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Far away.
Into the night, city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the Rocket First Draft League for week number 10. I am Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined here by not just Airlax, but also Docky. How are we doing, guys?
Crazy.
Crazy.
Oh,
I was
gosh.
crazy once.
No, we're okay. Muting the rest of the desk. They can't be heard. That is fine. It's totally perfect. But guys, getting on to what we
Why?
just saw, X3 Tactics taking down Twisted Tails in a sweep. They're looking really strong as a new roster here. So I'm excited to see what they can do in the future.
Ducky, you speak first.
Why do I have to speak first?
Because you speak first.
Well, I mean, okay, fine. This is the best of both worlds for them, right? Because, I mean, as me and Alex talked about, they're first in the league. So they don't have to worry too much about trying to rush to get wins. And they won, so that gives them even more of a buffer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they get a head start on their chemistry, and they get their head start on the league. So that's like the best of both worlds for them.
Yeah, it honestly is. And from what I saw, I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up that roster because they were playing pretty well, honestly. Like, it felt like they had a ton of consistent pressure, and Twisted Tails just wasn't really able to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Tails just looked a little bit rough around the edges for that one, but I'm sure they'll come back once again next week and try once again for that win. But I do think that confirms that Twisted Tails is going to be taking that 12th seed in the mid-season tournament. I don't think they can come any closer to moving up in the standings at all with that. So going forward, they are going to have quite a tough battle ahead of them in mid-season to start off. We'll have to see what they can do to kind of be ready for that mid-season tournament. Hopefully, the mid-season tournament format does give them a little bit more room with the 2s and 1s than 3s has been giving them. However, we have some more matches to get to today, and we're going to talk about this next one starting up here soon. It's going to be Team BDS versus Purrsion 1, and both of these teams today having a bit of a roster switch up, so I'm very excited to see what these teams are able to do here. But I'm going to be very excited for whatever they can do. What do you guys think about the teams?
I think I'm just very interested to see how it goes, really, because I don't entirely know who's going to win this. Like, I feel like it's going to be very close.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I have to save my talking points for when we start going over team pages. So, you know,
Yeah, fair.
I'm hoping for excitement.
Yeah, me too. Well, let's go ahead and start talking about these teams. Let's go ahead and talk about BDS here coming in first, but there's going to be a bit of a roster switch up here. Meezer, Rue the Fuzzy, they're still in today. Reverb is not going to be in. Actually, coming in will be the ex-manager from X3 Tactics. It's going to be Corrupt taking that spot for Reverb this week. So I don't really know how to feel about that. They're both very mechanically gifted. They both, I think, will have a good chance to replicate. I think Corrupt will be able to replicate the Prey style, but that chemistry with Meezer, I think that is going to be something that they're missing out on, and that could make the difference. What do you guys think?
I've honestly got to agree. Just like that chemistry with Meezer is definitely something that is going to be lacking, and I feel like that's a lot of how, like that's a lot of what made BDS so successful, is that both Reverb and Meezer are, at least in my opinion, fairly quick to the ball, very just offensive heavy. And while I would say that Corrupt and Reverb do have kind of similar play styles, being very mechy and all that, it's definitely difficult when you first get on a team and you have two very aggressive players. And we'll just have to see how the entire team can really adapt to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're swapping out a mechanical player for another mechanical player, so in theory, it should be relatively similar in game plan, but like you were saying, just obviously it's not quite always the same, and you kind of have to adapt. So we'll have to see how that works. My guess is it'll work itself out pretty well, as we've seen. Reaver played a lot of that setup, trying to get the opposing team in awkward defensive rotations, and that worked out really well for them. I imagine Purple will do the same here, but obviously that's just a matter of actually doing it on the field. But in theory, it shouldn't be too different.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're able to do. And then we also have this Purrsion 1 squad coming in with another roster change. It seems like we've seen a roster change from these guys happening quite a lot. But you can see Hayes, Drake, and now on the team, it's going to be Fire J Boss, who I believe they played once or twice in the league. I know they played in my match against BBG. I can't remember if they played any more but that, but they had a really good showing in there. Now they're going to be combining forces with Hayes and Drake. I'm excited to see what he can do on this squad too.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. And I mean, Purrsion 1, very, very solid team overall, but just having that little switch up is definitely going to be a bit interesting. But I mean, we have that on both sides of the field right now, so it's pretty much even playing field.
I mean, like, this team has had a lot of roster changes. They've struggled, I think, to find a rotation that fits them, and we've seen that come out. A lot of the rotations that we've seen from them have been a little bit more awkward, and I think part of that is due to them, I think, having to change more frequently. That's kind of been out of their hand, I think, unfortunately. It's not like there's something that they've obviously wanted. No one wants to do that. So we'll have to see if they're able to make those adaptations. But I mean, this will be the first test for this roster now. And it's, it's quite the test. You've got a lot of offensive firepower you're going up against. So if they're able to keep the level head, I think they'll do great. But you really have to kind of come into this one expecting to be tested, and we'll see if they're able to deal with that.
Yeah, I have to agree. Now, taking a look at our predictions for this coming match. We said, I said 3-0 to BDS. Arrow said 3-1 to BDS. Docky said 3-1 to BDS. And Fire said 3-0 to BDS. So once again, bit of a caster curse here for the desk. But this was also before we knew some of these roster moves that were being made. Do you think that this changes anything at all, or do you think the same results are more than likely?
I am personally going to change it to 3-2. However, I still feel that BDS is going to take it. Just because, like, I feel like just Korup replacing Reverb on that, they're two very similar playstyles, and while it may take some time for that synergy to, I guess, build up, but like specifically between Korup and Meezer, I feel like once they get that, they're going to be able to play this really well.
All right. Well, there's not much more we can do, guys, besides let the players play it out and see who takes this dub. Everybody waiting for everyone to be in the lobby, but I think everybody is good. So, without further ado, guys, we're going to get this second match underway. It is going to be Twisted Tails. Not Twisted Tails. It's going to be BDS versus Purrsion 1. My bad, guys. I remembered in the last match. We'll see which one of these two can take the victory today. Docky and Arrow, good luck.
All right, and here we go. Going into the match here, as already just seeing tactics here, just a stare down as we get into this game. here we go. BDS versus Purrsion 1. Gonna have to see which team can come out flying, as I realize we have very similar colors on both sides. That's definitely going to be confusing for everyone involved, but we'll have to see how they can handle that. We're first going to see Cora trying to take this one over. Hayes saving that one over to the side. FireJ trying to turn this one around, but Meezer putting that one into the midfield, but not quite able to get that pass off. Now we see Hayes putting that one over. Drake trying for the shot, is not quite able to get it, and that's going to allow Meezer to just take this one, put it into a safer spot. And a pitch coming out, going all the way to the side of Purrsion 1. We're already seeing a lot of back and forth between these teams, just kind of sizing each other up, seeing what might work, what won't. We're going to have to see which defense falters first.
Yeah, and as you're saying, colors are a little bit confusing. All of you force default team colors, praising themselves for making that decision, I think. At any point, but for now, team colors are very similar, as is the scoreline. With no one having scored yet. Seemingly no one having an advantage as well on offense. There's been quite a bit of back and forth. I think both teams have had somewhat of an option, but haven't really seen too many shooting opportunities from either teams. I think that might just be kind of teams settling into rotations, kind of testing each other, moving the ball forward. And we talk about this a lot, where in these early stages, especially with new teams, it might not even be a conscious thing, just a kind of that need to just kind of see if there's any cracks in the rotations from teams and see if there's anything you can exploit. You start by doing some of these, a little bit maybe of this boomer ball testing. I've seen that so much early on in this game, as it continues to be just back and forth. Not really anyone trying to make that first mistake. No one really pushing too, too risky. It's kind of a simple, maybe the first goal here, win the game. But you have to think maybe, Arrow, that whoever scores this first goal, such a massive advantage with how low the scoring's been.
Yeah, and I've definitely got to agree, because it's really just felt like a standstill so far this entire match. Not many chances coming out for either team, just a lot of back and forth, as Meezer getting a fantastic touch. Over the core up here is trying to try for the flick, but Hayes just blocking that one out. It's very interesting to see this as another chance comes through, but just... Oh, there we go! Corp finally going to get something on the board. Getting that one down off the ground, getting that ground double right past the two defenders. A fantastic shot, and finally opening up the scoreline.
That's the first break in defense. Two people, I think, wanting to take that initial challenge, but no one really was going to do so. Hayes kind of goes for a fake there. I'm not sure that was entirely intentional. Make things a little bit awkward on the side of BDS, but nothing aren't able to handle as this goes immediately back towards the orange, or the orange side, but as I say, the purple side was Hazel pulling through. I'm stumbling over my words, but it doesn't matter here, as a little bit of a mistouch there will lead to a free shot, and a little bit too high. Both numbers trying to stretch for that one, no one getting a touch on it, and that will level us, and we're back to tie, square one with a minute 49, and I don't know where we go from here, Arrow.
I don't either. It looks like we're just, as you said, back to square one, just with a bit less time. Oh my, that one nearly went through. But I feel with how low scoring this game has been, I feel like next goal is going to win the game and put that team up in a massive advantage. As we have Hayes passing this one down to Fire. He's gonna get a 50 there, another 50 going through. Not quite able to. Hayes trying to pop this one over to the middle. Not quite able to get it. BDS under a bit of pressure here, looking like they might be able to break out of it here. Now Purrsion 1 on the defense, trying to get this one out. Drake does so very well, getting that pass right back into the corner of BDS, as we saw 1 minute remaining on the clock. Still just a standstill, as that one's going to go up and down. Or with the shot, Fire Jaywood. Just a fantastic save there, keeping that goal tied.
And it's interesting. I kind of felt going into this one that you see a lot of offensive pressure from this BDS team. I mean, I know with Reverb they were known for that, but you know, with Crow coming in, it's not really much of a downgrade, if anything at all, in terms of offensive firepower. I mean, we've seen just from Corrupt's time on X3 that there's a lot of offensive potential there. Highly mechanical player, but it's not really been the case. This has been a relatively low-scoring game. We thought maybe, once the scoring opened, or at least I thought maybe that once the scoring opened, we might see the floodgates open, but it just has not been the case. As we are still locked at a 1-1 game, likely to go to overtime unless this ball doesn't touch the ground, but it does. Overtime to start, and yeah, I'm not sure. It seems like both teams are just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. No one really overstretching. Caused a lot of these standstills in the midfield as kind of wait for a team to make a mishap in the midfield. I said midfield too many times in close one-on-one, but once again, it's maybe an opportunity to present itself here, but a miss from Hayes will, I think, unfortunately put a stop to that offensive attack and go the other way.
And once again, I keep saying it, but just the theme of this game so far has just been back and forth. No team really getting that pressure that they want. And it might be just because each team has a sub on that side and is trying to just figure out what rotations can work with that new player. As we see a shot nearly coming through. Version 1 just thanking their lucky stars that one didn't go in. Now as we get down a minute into overtime, Muser tries for the shot, it's not going to be there. Another shot, it's off the bar. And that is so unfortunate for BDS. But once again, Version 1 just keeping up that defense. And they're just, I don't want to say they're getting lucky, but a lot of these chances are so very close to going in. But now finally on the offensive side is Version 1. That one's going to go up. Drake tries for the shot, is not quite able to get it. But they're keeping up that pressure there.
Oh.
As Fire gonna put that one on, but it's just barely off to the side. Muser gonna try and break them out of this defensive half. It's not quite able to. Pixel finally getting a breakaway. Cora putting this one over. But Hayes getting the save. And it's almost 2 minutes into overtime and still just a standstill. But as I say that, Korup going to put in the second goal for BDS and winning them this first game.
Yeah, unfortunate. Actually, unfortunate, but if you're on the side of Purrsion 1, the unfortunate boost not there for you. BDS had a massive boost advantage, and it felt like that was inevitable at that point, but I mean, well played, I think, from the side of BDS here, as you're kind of expecting that to be the case when a lot of these shots are coming through and you're having to scramble and you're not able to get those those big beans in time, and what felt like a kind of a standstill there for the longest time. Just no team really pushing into it. One finally breaks through here for BDS in overtime, and I don't know. In my opinion, I'm not sure if we're going to see this be the continuous theme for the remainder of this series, but definitely setting the precedent here early on that both teams kind of just trying to feel each other out, see exactly what the other team is going to do, find those breaking points. And even on this one, I mean, it was a boost advantage. I don't know if I'd call that a break in Purrsion 1's defense. They just unfortunately were not able to be where they needed to be. Trying to get pads, trying to be where you can be at any point in time. But I think both teams doing a really good job of covering that midfield.
Yeah, I've got to agree. Like, it really did feel like both teams were kind of just feeling each other out, just figuring out what can work, what didn't. And it just so happened that BDS was able to come out on top, but I still feel like this is anyone's series because that was just so close the entire way through. And I really feel that whichever team can figure out like the big weakness of the other is then just going to start just winning game after game and might just win them the series if the other team cannot adapt to it fast enough.
Definitely. I mean, this might just be kind of that eye-opening moment here for Purrsion 1, that they need to be, I think, a little bit more risky. You take that extra, move that third man into a position and take some of those shooting opportunities, some of those shots, and We'll have to see if they're able to make that adjustment, as obviously you do not want to lose this game. This is kind of a must-win game as we have in these best of fives. Game 2, if you're down, tends to be a desperation, but a little bit more stressful than game 1, and immediately see a goal here for Corrupt as a nice pass from Rue the Fuzzy there. 2 people in net for Purrsion 1, just neither in a good position to take the save, and in the first 7 seconds, we have a goal that is not the thing we saw last game. It might bode well here for this BDS team.
And it might do so indeed, because if this one is as close as the last game was, that goal is going to be massive for them. But it looks like BDS might be playing with a little bit more confidence here, which is definitely going to bode well for them as it's giving them more chances. However, Purrsion 1 definitely going to be able to keep up that defense. Just have to see if that defense will be enough to handle this onslaught of BDS. You see Purrsion 1 getting onto the offensive side here. Misa, not with the best touch, is going to go over to the corner. Now Corrupt trying to get this one over Drake, isn't quite able to, actually does. Saw it wrong. Now Misa, that sidewall, trying to get this one into the midfield. Drake playing it very slow, very passively, putting that one over. Up on the defense under a bit of pressure. Hayes putting that one up a little bit too high. And the follow-up shot is off. Drake tries for the shot, but it's just going to get saved. And now that's going to allow for a breakaway from BDS. That was just so very close for Purrsion 1. I feel like that was their big opportunity to come back in this game, and now they're just going to have to be scrambling for another one.
Yeah, some of those shots that they were putting felt a little bit desperate. I felt like they had an opportunity, they had to shoot at that moment. They weren't really able to set up a shot that went well, unfortunately, because of that, the shots were a little bit more easy to save than they probably would have liked, and kind of already having to rebuild, I think, some of that offensive structure that they've been working towards. I saw them have a couple of opportunities in the game prior, but just right now, unfortunately, it's been a little bit more awkward, as you said, than I think they would like, and it's not something that's desperate now. They're only down 1. I think that shows that they've done a pretty good job of being able to shut down some of this offense from this BDS team, but again, they need to, I think, maybe work towards things a little more for the other team, as there's an opportunity for them as
there it
a
is.
Very awkward ball, an unfortunate touch from Through the Fuzzy, trying to get that one forward, just unfortunately pops forward, and these are low boost. This is a great shot, good placement from Drake, and that'll tie this one up. 245, that's exactly what you need if you're Purrsion 1. I have a chance to take this one.
Indeed, they do. However, we've seen a lot of pressure from BDS in this game. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up. Purrsion 1 just putting in a second goal right off of that one. Just a fantastic dunk from Drake to put that one through. Just so very well played, and that's going to give them a massive advantage. Now BDS playing from behind here. It's going to have to try and get their advantage back as Corrupt to get a reset over, but isn't able to get it past the defense. Smeezer getting a bit of a pancake on that corner wall there. It's going to allow Pixel to take that one away, but Hayes just slightly too high on that shot. Purrsion 1 keeping up that pressure. That's definitely what you want to see from them if they're going to take this and tie up the series. Hayes putting that one over to the corner, trying to get that one mid, but no one from Purrsion 1 there in time. Pixel going to get the easy save. Drake getting an opportunity here, tries to get it mid and for the bump as well, but isn't quite able to get the disruption in time. But Purrsion 1 once again getting so much pressure here. BDS hasn't really had too many offensive opportunities since that second goal went in.
I'm starting to see, I think, a little bit of miscommunication coming from Purrsion 1. They've had some opportunities, I think, to give themselves a cushion, but not really connecting on plays here. It feels more like they're just kind of hitting the ball in a way that's supposed to be kind of like an offensive play. They're just not really communicating. So when that is happening, there isn't really anyone there to take advantage of it. And of course, they have the lead, so it's not necessarily something they need to fix immediately. Going forward, that might be problematic for them. We definitely do not want to give up this lead here. As a nice touch from Drake. Might be a scoring opportunity, but just no boost there for Fire. And I do not believe that that one will go in, and it does not. As they have a counterattack opportunity here. Haste gets an awkward touch. Meezer, though, he jumps a little bit too early, and that'll send that one away. 45 seconds left. You don't need the cushion goal. You kind of only need the all, I think, at this point. If you're Purrsion 1, you definitely want to take this one and play a little bit more safe here. You don't want to give one up here in these last 30 seconds. We see BDS doing everything they can to try to score here, just unfortunately for them. Kind of having a little similar woes to what I was just talking about Purrsion 1. There might be some scoring opportunities, just not fully connecting as, of course, as I say that. Corrupt will score one off of a nice touch from Meezer, and I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I think two players in the same place at the same time and no one there to cover the front post, and Corrupt notices that and puts that one away. And 20 seconds left, we're all tied, and if you're Purrsion 1, that's absolutely not what you wanted. Trying to close that one down, and he has a little bit of momentum here to BDS here, and the worst timing here if you're Purrsion 1. Definitely do not want to be giving this one away here, and they definitely know that. So see some scrambling here towards the last couple seconds here, but if not, probably will go to another overtime. I don't know, even though it's been very close. These overtimes here not been going good for this Purrsion 1 team early on. They definitely want to take this one if they want to give themselves some confidence back.
Yeah, absolutely. But very good on BDS to be able to tie this game up, force it into overtime. However, that was so very close from Purrsion 1. They're going to keep up this pressure, though. A bump coming out, but Meezer's going to be back for the save and gets the fake as well. Oh, that was so close for Purrsion 1. They might just be kicking themselves for that missed opportunity.
Oh my.
Corrupt with the pinch. And just completely around to the other side. BDS able to take this game too. That is... Oh, that's so unfortunate for Purrsion 1. You can't help but feel for them.
Yeah, I just want to give praise to Meezer. The absolute just confidence to fake on your own goal line, to give yourself a free ball forward. I mean, yeah, that's insane. And then, of course, the ground pinch. I mean, Fire with having to pause to see what exactly was going to happen there, having to rebuild momentum. You know, no car momentum there to move forward to get the save, and that's just an unfortunate loss, I think, for Purrsion 1. They played so incredibly well. They just let that one get away from them, and they find themselves down too early on in the series. And BDS, though, continuing to look as good as ever. This team having so much offensive firepower, you have to always be worried about the ability for them to turn any opportunity into a shot, and they've done exactly that so far in this series.
Yeah, and you always got to be wary of BDS, because even though Reverb is not on that side, they're still an offensive powerhouse, and Corp's really just doing very well to fit those shoes. Now up by 2, Purrsion 1 is definitely at a disadvantage here. However, I know personally that they can come back from this.
Have to see. We go into a game 3 here. We'll have the opportunity for a sweep, but obviously it's been so incredibly close that we believe that this could go either way. You know, with how close it's been, the reverse sweep is not anywhere near impossible. Obviously, the kind of stress of having to, okay, now you have to win 3 straight, no matter what. It's always a little bit stressful. Thinking about kind of having to do that against a team that's beaten you twice already, and like I said, though, it's been so close that, you know, we've had 2 overtimes. You know, so it's not nearly impossible. And we'll have to see if they're able to do that going in, but we do have, looks like game 3 lined up, ready to go. All players are in the lobby.
Looks like we have game 3. Here we go. Can BDS take this in another sweep? Or will Purrsion 1 be able to stem the bleeding, start getting some wins of their own? She'll have to see, as Corrupt gets a pass mid, isn't quite able to find Meezer. Just once again already back and forth. Drake coming off that ceiling, trying for the shot, isn't quite able to find it. going to allow Purrsion 1, or BDS, sorry, to get a bit of a breakaway here. That one's going to fly dangerously in front of the net. Korup immediately going for that, but isn't quite able to get a touch. Now Drake getting demoed, and a pinch coming out from BDS that's going to force Purrsion 1 back just that little bit, and might be enough for BDS to break away and possibly even get a scoring opportunity. But Hayes able to pop that one up high and blasting that one downfield. Already a minute left, or sorry, already a minute gone, sorry. Not really seeing any advantages for either team here.
And it's kind of been a little bit of, like you said, back and forth. No real advantage, but I have been seeing a little bit of confidence, I think, from this BDS team as they're kind of just waiting. Again, they have the two goal lead, which I think does a ton in terms of confidence. Now, you don't want to get complacent. That's how those reverse sweeps happen. And you start to get a little bit lax in your gameplay, and you find yourself a little bit maybe too comfortable. Again, the confidence has to feel good for them, as they've done such a good job so far. As a shooting opportunity there comes off the breezy attempt, but one will get saved away. Get the boost advantage here. Again, that one is cut off so quickly. Just taking too long, I think, to build up some of these plays here. Purrsion 1, and I've kind of been noticing that all series long, as Korup will take advantage of an awkward ball here. Such an unfortunate touch here. It's a really nice play, but Hayes flips a little too early, and Korup is there for the shot, and that'll give them the lead. If you're Purrsion 1, you definitely don't want to be seeing that, but my goodness. This BDS team is able to score at any moment. If you make any mistakes, it feels like they're there. That's not really the position you want to be in down two.
Yeah, absolutely it is not. And once again, like we saw in the last series that we watched, up 2 games and up a goal, Purrsion 1 definitely not going to be liking their position here.
Oh.
Especially with that fake, as that one, just so much confusion is going to allow Meezer to just drop in. That is so unfortunate for Purrsion 1.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. It looks like maybe one of the players stopped diving, maybe. It was maybe supposed to be a fake, but it looks like they might have faked out their own team. And I mean, at this point in the game, that's just not really what you want to be doing, as one will lead to a goal, unfortunately, for BDS. And I say unfortunately, I'm sure for them that's very fortunate, but you know, when you're down 3 on the face of a sweep here, that kind of buffer is not exactly what you want to be dealing with. This is an awkward ball that bounces forward. Unfortunately, that will not go in. And 2 minutes, though, is quite a bit of time. That's only a goal a minute. There's more than enough time to score here, as, of course, as I say that, a third will go in for BDS, and this is just such an awkward play here on the goal line. Just fortunate miss there. I think Hayes thought that Meezer had the shot, and there's no one there to cover the second player coming in, and 3 goals up with just under 2 minutes. Still not impossible, but it's definitely harder than the 2-goal lead that they had prior.
Indeed it is, but as I was saying, 2 twisted tails. I'm going to say it to Purrsion 1 as well. You're now down by 3 with 2 minutes remaining. You have nothing left to lose. You just need to come out guns blazing as fast as possible. And they're going to have to do exactly that if they want back into the series. However, going up against BDS is definitely a very, very difficult task to do, especially since they keep getting opportunity after opportunity on your net. It looks like they're keeping up that defense. They're just going to need to get more offense. However, Meezer with the ceiling shot is not quite able to get it. Now it's just going to drop back down to the ground. And Korup trying for a play here. It goes over to Fire. And Meezer going to have to try and just control this. Once again, seeing so much back and forth, and that's going to favor BDS. This Purrsion 1 just needs an opportunity, but isn't quite able to get it. Fire off that back wall. Hayes trying for the shot. It's just going to be weak. And that allows Korup to just play this one out. Tries for the musty, gets it over, and Fire going to be there to save that away. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Purrsion 1 needs to score immediately.
Yeah, and they need to win 3 straight, but they also need to score 3 straight. And under 30 seconds left. You've been on defense for it feels like the entirety of this game. It almost feels impossible. Of course, nothing is. The minute I say that it's impossible, I feel like we'll curse it. I mean, maybe I should start saying that, but at this point, just unfortunately, I do not see chemistry just seemingly not there for this Purrsion 1 team. There's been a little bit of miscues, I think, from them. They definitely want, I think, some of these opportunities back that they've had, and that one will hit the ground. And for the second straight game, we do have a sweep here, Airlex, and it feels like it's unfortunate, maybe some miscues here from this Purrsion 1 team.
Yeah, maybe, but BDS still just playing so very well, and I feel that Corp was a fairly good choice as a sub for that team, because again, Corp and Reverb, very similar playstyle. I feel like it was able to mesh very quickly, but Purrsion 1 still holding their own quite a bit. It's just a few unfortunate events that just led to them just having that disadvantage, and then I feel honestly a little bit of scrambling near the end there that really just increased that goal lead. But either way, GG's. Both teams were still playing fairly well.
Yeah, new rosters for both teams. Obviously, there's always a little bit of scramble, and you have the advantage when your newer player that's coming in is, a GC3 SSL player, rather than, that always makes things look a little bit easier for you. I think put Purrsion 1 at disadvantage. But either way, I think both teams have a lot to play and a lot to think about, and hopefully, both teams had fun. Again, this is what this is about. It's about, finding new players and having, trying to build that chemistry. So, when you have a new team, when you have new team member coming in, it always takes time. You gotta let it take time, or else it's just not going to be there for you. So, if you're Purrsion 1, it's unfortunate, but again, this is your first match with this new team, and just think about what exactly you can improve on, and you'll have a lot of great things to look forward to going forward. But either way, we still have 6 more matches to play today. We have a long day. Wait, no, 4 more matches. What did I say? 6.
I was about to say total. 6. Hold on.
6 matches total. 4 matches to go. I don't know numbers. Okay, that's Airlex's territory. Airlex is the math nerd. I'm just here to talk.
How dare.
And either way, we got more matches to get to. So for now, we'll take a quick little break, and we'll be back with the next match, which I, on the top of my head, do not know. I think it's Fox Clan.
It's one of them.
It's Fox Clan and somebody. Fade was here. Fade would know. Either way, we'll catch you guys after the break.
See yous.
What you know about
You know I make you feel good. Don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive in guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Tomorrow we build, depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in to RFDL for week number 10. I am Ecliptic Phase. I'm joined by Docky, and we are going to be your guys' entertainment for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, Aerolax had to get going. He's got some other events to take care of, and as you guys have seen in the chat, Fire is sick. We hope he gets well soon. But yeah, Docky, it's just gonna be us for the next little bit, and let's talk about that match we just saw here for a couple of minutes. Purrsion won, ending up getting swept by BDS, and BDS looked pretty strong there. I didn't really see any sort of change of play. Just looked like the normal consistency that we've seen from Meezer and Rude the Fuzzy, and then adding in that sub, it's gonna be a very nice addition, able to put a lot of those last goals in. So I'm sure BDS is happy with their choice there for this week.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, surely. Yeah, they played, I mean, I think as well as we kind of expected, right? Again, as I said during the game, and I'll reiterate this, is that when you have a new player come in, there's always a little bit of a buffer. Unless you're a SSL level player, it's really hard to come into a new roster with new playstyles and adapt immediately. It always takes, I mean, it takes time. It takes more than a week, in my opinion, to kind of get that level. And fortunately for BDS, unfortunately for Purrsion 1, the sub that they had was GC3 SSL level player. So making that kind of adjustment, is not necessarily too hard for them. When you've got a GC1, C3, even GC2 coming in, sometimes there is that learning period. So, it's difficult. So you just got to give yourself time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll have to see how they do next week for their final match before the mid-season tournament. For now, we have another match to talk about, and this one would be Fox Clan versus Dignipaws. And during the podcast, I was talking about how excited I am for this matchup. We've got the Dignipaws squad that have been a bit of a tear recently, not necessarily getting the wins, but putting up some really good games with Pictus. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fox Clan, it's Taka, that's my teammate, Javian, and we've got a sub coming in today, which is going to change things up, but they have been looking really good as of late too. I think this is going to be a really important match for both of these teams. What do you think about the teams coming into this one, Docky?
I want game 5, I think. So,
sure?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a couple of sweeps, and those are good for the teams that win, and that's about it. As a viewer, this can be less exciting. So, yeah, I just hope it's a close series. I hope both teams have fun, and I hope we see some good gameplay.
I do too. Surprising coming from Docky, seeing that he's been complaining all day about how long the day is going to be.
Okay. Listen.
This is a call-out post. But yeah, no, I want to see this go to Game 5 too. I would be very excited to see that. I hope both of these teams can showcase the potential of their rosters. But we'll see how that goes. Going into this one, Fox Clan is going to be the first team we talk about today, and they are coming in with a sub today. At first, we thought they were going to be subbing out Javian, but in fact, it is going to be Abyss being subbed out. Coming in is another player we haven't seen before. Warstog is going to be coming in, I believe, for their first match on the season as well. And you can see Javian and Taka both third in the accolades, one for goals, one for assists. It makes sense with the Taka to Javian combo we love to talk about. We're going to have to see how Warstog fits into the roster coming into today.
Yep. As I've said before, subs are always difficult. But, I mean, this team's a little bit different. The way that they play, I think, relies heavily on kind of having that midfield game and breaking forward with passing plays. And if you're sub coming into that, where it's a lot of team-oriented and it's not just trying to fit into a rotation where you have maybe a designated first man or you're kind of like designated shooter, I think that works out well for you because you kind of like, I feel like when you come into teams, the natural response is to want to be able to be, you know, more involved on like the team play stuff. And so if you come into a team like this where they rely heavily on those passing plays, we saw with Cosmo and with Abyss coming into those, you know, that C1, you know, being a really good, you know, passer, defender type. It's just, you know, they're to support the team and to be a solid player on that team. Coming into a team that wants you to kind of be, you know, not a role player, but to be a part of a you know, a team play kind of thing. I feel like that might make things easier. So we'll have to see, but I have a lot of hope.
Yeah, I think that this team has been doing really well recently. We will see how they do with the sub, but they are playing against a team that has been starting to look stronger and stronger every week. It is Dignipaws, and even though they lost their last match, they still looked pretty strong. Strawberry, Fire, and Pictus will be coming in today, and Pictus has been really showcasing how offensively challenging he is to play against for every defense. Every single time he goes for a shot, it just seems like it's always in the back of the net. It's going to be very hard to beat this team if he is playing with high accuracy today. But of course, you got to give Strawberry some credit there in the back line, getting those demos, number 2 in demos. And then you always have Fire Streak there to clean up on any of those missed shot opportunities. Last week, we saw the team playing a little bit more passive than we would have liked. I'm wondering if they have fixed this for this week. If they have, I think it's going to be a very strong roster who will definitely put FoxClan through their paces. What do you think, Docky?
Well, it's kind of interesting because what I was just talking about in terms of, you know, a new player coming into a team that's more rotation, team play based, that they don't really have a designated first man. This team is the counter to that in terms of you have Pictus, who is kind of their designated shot opportunity creator, first man setup guy, just, you know, all around, just a team carry, because I think that's disrespectful to both Fire and Strawberry, but definitely the centerpiece of their entire team. And those rotations, you can't really come into and expect to be able to fit into that perfectly. You have to build those out, and like you said, you know, they lost last week, but they played very well, and I think we've started to see their team rotations, I think, hit a point where they're starting to look a little more confident. They're getting Pictus in a position where he's able to feel confident with the shooting opportunities. They're able to cover, set him up, and then be there when Pictus sets them up. But that team kind of orchestrates, I think, around Pictus. And they've gotten to, I think, a point where that's starting to work out well for them. So this is not a team where you can have someone come in and sub in and play well. This is a team where they've had to build out those rotations, and I think they're finally getting to a point where that's starting to become a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that each team here has a really good plan on how to win this one. Obviously, you just have to make sure that your key players are playing as well as they can, and you never really know exactly how that's going to happen until they're on the pitch. I will say Fire, being a little bit sick, I hope that doesn't affect his performance too much. He's been dealing with some migraines recently. I think he still has one, so hoping for a speedy recovery out of him, but I hope that doesn't hurt him too much on the match today, which we will be starting real soon. But let's look at our predictions getting into this match, checking what we all have here. I had Dignipaws in 5, and then Arrow had Dignipaws in 4, and Docky had FoxClan in 4. So for once, we don't have a sweep on the desk here. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to have to see how these guys are able to get onto the field and play. But guys, it is time for our third match of the day. It's going to be FoxClan versus Dignipaws to start us off on this third game. Going to see who can take the victory. And we're going to be going straight off of this kickoff as we start this first match, and you can already see a couple of seconds have passed by. Timing, not the best for the RFDL admin here, but timing good for Pictus. We'll be putting in that first goal immediately for Dignipaws.
I'm not even sure what happened here. Part of that maybe is part of the time issues that we have in there. But 8 seconds into the match, and it's exactly what you want to see. I talked about this early on, where Dignipaws tends to be, you know, kind of the set their star player up for success has been their rotations, and you know, that's obviously what you want to see from this team early on. You want the confidence in the shooting there, and that's how you started by doing that. Is an unfortunate miss from Javian will not go in. Is I don't know how Dignipaws escapes that one, but they remain in the lead. Only 30 seconds down though. Quite a bit of time here, but my goodness, that one felt like it should have surely been in.
Yeah, and that crossbar kick thing gonna ring out in desperation for Fox Clan. They're gonna have to try again here. They get it under Strawberry, but Pictus will be right there to put that onto the Fox Clan back wall. Very dangerous spot to be in if you're in Fox Clan. Don't want to allow Pictus any space. Just as this might be a bit of a worry for Dignipaws. A little bit of a miss coming out from Strawberry. Firing on the right position. Javian with the shot. And that's going to be the tying goal for Fox Clan. 3:51 left on the clock.
That's an unfortunate push forward. Just a boost there for Fire to make that save. Just an unfortunate jump. And I think hoping that there was someone behind to cover, but unfortunately for Dignipaws there was not. And it's kind of been a little bit crazy. There's been a lot of action back and forth, but somehow we're still only a minute and 15 into this first game. And if it continues like this, Fade, I feel like we're going to have a little bit of an exciting series here on our hands, but as it is so far, it's been pretty level, all things considered. As Pictus will have a flip here, maybe to use, tries to go for a bump, but it's not there for them. And they're doing a really good job, I think, early on. Dignipaws teams looks to be a little more confident. I said they've been playing so much better in the past few weeks. And the confidence has definitely been showing itself here. Up against a pretty tough team here in Fox Clan. Definitely don't want to get too ahead of themselves. They definitely, I'm sure, would love to win this first game, kind of set the tone here for going forward. As it stands, the Fox Clan doing such a good job of controlling this ball moving forward. Every time it feels like Dignipaws might have an opportunity to score, the ball is sent away, and once again, this one will be saved, but ball's still a little bit too awkward, I think. Awkward than Fox Clan would like, but luckily for them, no one from Dignipaws is there to immediately punish them for it. Now one will be sent back to Dignipaws' side, and gets a nice touch here. Javian might be there for the shot, and has it. I'll put them up 1 with 2:41 left, and it's exactly what this Fox Clan team is known for. Taka making a little bit awkward. Javian gets a nice pre-flip shot, and that puts them up 1.
It's a really good pass play from Taka to Jay, and that is something that I really thought Fox Clan might have a bit of an advantage in this matchup. As we did say before the match started, Pictus really is the center post of this Dignipaws rotation. Meanwhile, Fox Clan has more of a two-pronged approach. They can have either Javian or Taka shooting on the net. You never know which one's going to be doing it. And they're both very, very good at placing those shots where they need to go. So it's going to make the comeback for Dignipaws just a little bit tougher, unless we see some offensive pressure coming out from one of these other two players here on the Dignipaws squad. We have seen some brilliance from both these players before, so I definitely don't doubt in their ability to make that happen. Now Taka trying to get past it, goes to Strawberry, but Fire in the last chance spot for that save. We'll be able to keep this lead only to 1. Pictus now with the pass stack to Strawberry. It's going to be an open net. Javian not able to get there. Taka with the touch. It will be off to the side. Fire with the shot, and that's going to be the tying goal for Dignipaws. Well played by them.
The offensive onslaught just had to go in. Needed to shoot this one correctly, and Fire does a really nice job to keep that one low. Maybe he was in a position to save that, but it's too far to the left, and a minute 33 left. Dignipaws ties it, and like what I was saying earlier, I think this one has the potential to be a very close one, and we're already starting to see that as the team having quite the advantage. Dignipaws having to come from behind, but they're able to tie this one, as I'm sure they'd love to take a lead here. Back that lead they had early on in the series, and I don't know, this Dignipaws team looks to have a level of confidence I don't think I've seen from them in a little bit. has to feel good for them, as a lot of these shooting opportunities they've had have looked really good. That one is unfortunately off a little bit, but again, they're passing it all fairly well. Communication for this Dignipaws team seemingly really, really well, which you need to have against a team like FoxClan. It's known for their midfield play. A lot of the passing opportunities that FoxClan will take advantage of if you give them the space for it. And Dignipaws have done such a good job of shutting a lot of that down, but you don't want to let the ball get away from you. And though so far though, the adaptation, I think, to what they kind of expected going into this seemingly being there. It's like they've kind of watched some tape as they're shutting down so many of these opportunities in the midfield, and that's working so well in their favor as maybe a little bit of a miss, but worked itself in the favor of a fake here from Strawberry will allow Pictus to take the leader with 30 seconds left, and it's exactly what you want to see to ruin for Dignipaws.
And I feel like FoxClan plays this style that is really working out well for Dignipaws, more of a boom ball, kind of reactive sort of style. Sort of what you'd see on, say, a Claude 9 perhaps, sort of style. And when they played against them, they absolutely destroyed. So that has to be good feeling for Dignipaws going up by 1 with only a few seconds left. However, this isn't over just yet. Warstog putting in the work as the sub here on FoxClan. A perfect pass from Taka. Good catch onto that corner. And Warstog just in the perfect place to put that shot in. And once again, with 12 seconds left, we remain tied.
And I can't believe it. I mean, like I said, I told you it was going to happen. I felt like this game was going to be so incredibly close here, and what a way to come into this game as a sub to get the kind of the last second tying game to maybe bring this to an overtime, as yes, it does hit the ground, and we have overtime again, Fade. We had a lot of overtimes in the last series and in the series before that, so I feel like this might be the game for it. I know you were making fun of me for not wanting the series to be super long. Fire might want to end this here and now, but that's a little bit too high. A little bit off the crossbar again. Strawberry not able to get that one low enough, but FoxClan's still in a dangerous territory as they need to scramble around. Will take possession. This goes for the solo play. Gets it over Javian. Has the reset. Gets a pass down. Fires it for the shot. Gets it forward. And what a play from Dignipaws to take the lead and take game 1.
And that is just a perfect play, and exactly what I wanted to see from Dignipaws going into the start of this series. They're playing a lot more aggressive, a lot more up in the faces of FoxClan than they have been before, and you can see it's really working out for them. Excellent play from Pictus to know that Fire was going to be down there, able to put that shot in, but that's only game 1. We still have a few more games left in the series, and they're going to have to at least take 2 more if they want this win. And FoxClan is not going to make this easy on them.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think you can be mad if you're FoxClan. You played so well. You tied it in the last possible second. Well, not last possible second, but, you know, in the closing seconds of this game to go into an overtime. And, I mean, it's such a good play there that Dignipaws had to take the game. You definitely didn't have too much of a mistake there. So, you know, you're playing well, especially with the sub coming in. Warstog playing very well in that sub role. You know, not seemingly causing any sort of hiccups here for this FoxClan team. And we have a close game on our hands here. We've had some overtimes. You know, we had the sweeps. A lot of those games go into overtime, and it seems like that might be the theme of the day, as every single team is so incredibly close to going into this game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it goes all the way to OT in that first game. 3-4, it's definitely a high-scoring affair coming from these teams, which is exactly what you would expect to happen. But we're going to have to see what game number 2 is going to look like as we get into this one momentarily. We're about to start this one and see what FoxClan can do to get a comeback here off the kickoff immediately. The ball is going to go to Fire. And that's not going to be the flick he kind of wants here, but he will cut that ball back away from Taka, not allowing him any space on this play. Now a shot opportunity will be blocked out by Warstog, but Fire with another shot, and he has just been so accurate on the net today. A lot more than we usually get to see from him.
Yeah, definitely, but another player who's, I think, playing a little bit more confident than we've seen from him, the Strawberry. We've seen a little more of these riskier plays, kind of putting the neck out on the line here, and that's working out so well for them because it's causing FoxClan to have to stretch. But at this point, being there for that shot, and if you're Dignipaws, you want that momentum to continue going forward, and the best way to do that is to take the lead early in game number 2, and they've done exactly that.
Now off the kickoff. Looks like a shot opportunity for Jay. It's going to be a little bit off to the side. But Pictus will have that cleared away. A ceiling pinch. And Javian having to get up into the air for that one. Always got to be so careful when you allow those GC2s or those GC3s to get up that close to the ceiling. You never know what they might be able to pull off here. Now Worst Dog trying to put this out to the midfield. It's going to work. However, a pop-up from Pictus. Dangerous from Fox Clan to 2-jump. Worst Dog not in a good position there. Taka able to clear this one out. It just goes straight to Pictus. And this is just a level of aggression that we haven't seen from Dignipaws in a long time, Docky.
Yeah, the confidence definitely from that overtime win seemingly causing them to play even better. There's another shot from Fire. Will ping itself up the crossbar and down. And yeah, Fade, I feel like the confidence here from the team is incredibly high. They're playing so well. They're exactly where they need to be and working out so well for them. They find themselves up 2 here. It's a nice little cushion here going into game number 2. They're already up 1 in the series, and you know, as well as this Fox Clan team has been playing, this Dignipaws team is playing, I think, just so confidently. And when you're dealing with a confidence level like that, where especially we have Pictus who plays, you know, so much better when he's more confident, it has to be kind of a little bit scary to go up against here for Fox Clan.
For sure, but they might have an opportunity here. It's Worst Dog, not Worst Dog, Taka. I think Worst Dog got the assist there, but Taka gets that angle in, and it's a good pass. Fire just not in the right place. Maybe he should have left that one for Pictus, who was coming up off the back line, but a little bit of miscommunication is going to allow Fox Clan to get that first goal in the game, and that might be what they need to start kickstarting this comeback. However, Strawberry just so quick to attack that ball, get the 50 out. Pictus will get this past Javian. Strawberry up first. Fire does get the back touch, and it goes right back to Javian here as he takes this up the Dignipaws corner. Pictus will be there to clear it out. And one of the hardest things to do with your Fox Clan is finding out how to get past this defensive line of Dignipaws. They've been doing so well in this series of keeping that back line pretty consistently safe from any sort of shot that Fox Clan has put on. Now a opportunity here. It's going to be off to the side. It's going to ping off of the post off of Fire Streak. But that goal is not going to be scored. Another miss. And Javian not going to be able to find one on net as this goes back towards the Fox Clan half. Half the game left. And Dignipaws up by 1 still.
And Shirley thought that maybe one of those opportunities was going to go in for Fox Clan, but I'm not sure if it was pure defensive skill or just unfortunate luck for Fox Clan, but they still find themselves down 2. But luckily for them, at least, that 2 minutes is a lot of time to tie this one up. They're only down to 1 goal, so they don't need to stretch too far. They don't quite time to get desperate. They just needed to do what they're so consistently good at in terms of controlling the ball, getting those scoring opportunities going. And so they only need the 1 goal, and they have quite a bit of time to do it. And it looks like they might be trying to get it right away now. It was an awkward save, but that one will go off the top, and Jabin wants to try to turn for this one. And like I said, if you're Dignipaws here, you kind of not necessarily need the cushion, but the cushion I'm sure for them would feel really, really nice.
Strawberry keeping this on their side, keeping it close to their team. That's kind of the Dignipaws way. They want to keep that possession as much as possible. Don't allow any opportunities for a shot to come in. As one does go off right now off of Warstock. Fire will have that one away. Javian trying to take control, gets it past Strawberry. Pictus will be there, but you can see very low boost on the side of Dignipaws. This would be Fox Clan's play to attack here, but no one pushing up on that shot. Taka's hit a little bit too high. Now another chance, so it's going to be off to the side, and with a minute remaining, Fox Clan needing a little bit more accuracy to continue on with this push. Now Javian, the pass over to Taka, gets the 50. Fire will be there for the save. Puts it forward. Once again, Taka trying to find an outlet. Javian with the fake. Pat Strawberry, but Fire will be there just in time. And time dwindling down for Fox Clan. They're going to need to find something quick before they go up against match point.
Can I hear a flu buff or a sick buff? I know we talked about Fiery Bite being sick, but my goodness. Coming through for Dignipaws exactly when they need it on the defense, able to shut down a lot of these scoring opportunities that you might have thought surely would have been goals here, but Fire's done such a good job on defense, making sure that he's in the exact right position that he needs to be to shut down some of these plays, and that's caused Foxland to have to kind of not panic but stretch farther than they'd want to as this one hits the ground and Dignipaws takes game 2.
And honestly, there wasn't much to say about that one from Foxland. They just looked like they couldn't really find any sort of offensive chance that was really threatening. Meanwhile, Dignipaws, they're looking so confident right now. They're looking really well placed in their rotations. Their backline seems really good. Like, I don't know, Foxland, you're gonna have to figure something out because you are now facing triple match point versus Dignipaws. Something that I didn't think would be happening so soon. But if you're a Dignipaws fan, you love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? It's just been such a confident showing here from Dignipaws. They've kind of showed glimpses of this before, but they've been doing it so consistently. The offense has been sound, and then on defense as well. You know, massive shout out. I know we talked about how Pictus is kind of the centerpiece of this Dignipaws team, and that's kind of been continuously the case. I mean, I don't think it ever won't be with how talented and how much talent Pictus has. But Fire, though, I think showing up exactly when he needs to for this Dignipaws team. You know, you can tell he wants this win, and he's done such a good job, I think, of being there on offense and on defense rotationally where he needs to be. So massive props to him, and as long as they can keep that confidence behind, a lot of momentum going into game number 3.
And will we get another sweep on the day here, Docky, as we move into game number 3? We're going to see if Dignipaws can keep that streak alive, or if we're going to finally get a game 4. But as I'm saying, Dignipaws, they want to end this now. Excellent pass from Fire. And Warstog just a little bit too far forward out of the net. Strawberry finding a great angle and puts that straight in. 15 seconds gone, and Dignipaws already taking the lead.
Yeah, it's such an awkward bounce to read when you're on defense and forget exactly where that ball's going to go, who's going to be up for the shot, and where they're going to shoot it. You have to do all of that very quickly, and if you're not used to kind of seeing that as often, that can be difficult to read. But it's a nice goal to see going for Strawberry. They haven't done as much scoring as we've seen from them, but they definitely have been playing well. As a really nice pass out of the sidewall comes in, and Pictus is so quick up to this, and man, I don't know, this Dignipaws team is playing so confident. They're absolutely crushing it in some of these challenges, and right now, though, this is the most confident I think I've seen this team play as consistently as they have been playing so far.
And this is honestly giving me some PTSD from when I had to play against Dignipaws. They're just looking so strong. However, there are still cracks in the armor, as Javian will be able to get this one. Very good pass from Taka, and he goes, we see a bump immediately come out, I think from Warstog there. And that just opens up the attacking side, allowing for a goal to come back in. And if there's any team that can play well from behind, it is going to be Foxland. And they're not ready to give up just yet. As we go into the next kickoff, Warstog will be able to play this off to the corner. Strawberry not getting a touch, but Fire is going to be in the right spot for this backfield pass from Pictus. Now the offense continues for Dignipaws, but Pictus has to run back a little bit as the rest of his team a little bit too far pushed forward in that attacking third to allow for a safe challenge. And I think that's something that Dignipaws has been doing really well this match in particular, is they've just had a really good rotation so that anyone can go up at any time and make a very safe challenge on the ball, not having to worry if their teammates are going to be back in case something goes wrong. Meanwhile, Javian going to try and make some more things go wrong for this Dignipaws team. Warstog a bit too far up, and Strawberry able to push, looking for the bump instead. Could have been a good move if they did get that demo. Javian going to be able to keep this in the midfield. Pictus going to be waiting back, playing this one really patient, as Taka and Javian both push up for that. Taka with control over one, Strawberry with the save. And they're going to keep that 1-goal lead with just about 3 minutes for Foxland to find another goal.
There's so much happening in these games that it's hard to believe there's still 3 minutes left. How much shooting opportunities we've seen from both teams as another shot comes here from Taka, but that one will be saved easily by Pictus. And yeah, it's a 1-goal lead here, but we've seen a lot, I think, of possession here from Dignipaws as they continue, I think, to control the ball, I think, more so than Foxland would want. and his confidence, I think, seen from not just Pictus, but Fire and Strawberry. A lot of their touches maybe with intention, and that's working out so well for them as another great 50 comes out from Strawberry, and that will put Foxland team a little bit on the back foot. Nothing too crazy yet, but definitely are having to stress. This is a really good reset off of the ceiling reset comes forward, but unfortunately for Pictus, not enough boost to actually get up to that to make the shot on net, and will retain only that 1-goal lead as maybe an opportunity comes, but again, so well played from Dignipaws. It feels like Foxland has to absolutely claw for any sort of shooting opportunity, and for Dignipaws, that's working entirely in their favor.
The defense continues, however, that's going to be a bit of a heavy touch. Taka and Warstog both double coming for this. Maybe a lack of comms there coming out, as you'd expect to see from a team that has to bring in a sub last minute. There's always going to be a little bit of a period where you're just not right on the same page. It's definitely hard going into a match without having that level of chemistry that we've seen from maybe Abyss on this team. However, Javian trying to put the team on his back, gets a really good flick. It's going to be up to Warstock to put that in, but not able to get the touch. And Pictus will move this one forward. A great double tap. Gonna fall straight down. Javian does have control though. That did leave area for Fire to shoot though. And Strawberry is doing such a good job at picking up these missed opportunities from Dignipaws and putting them in the back of the net.
That's such a good position to be in. Exactly where you need to be to take that shot. And a really, really powerful shot. Top, bins, absolutely no chance, even with full boost, that you can save that one. And then we talked about the confidence from the Dignipaws team, but my goodness, every single player on the Dignipaws team playing so well. It's got to be frustrating for Foxland. It feels like every time they try to go for anything, Dignipaws is just unfazed by everything, allowing Foxland to kind of take some of these shooting opportunities that they just collected and turn it into their own counterattack. And right now, with 45 seconds left, they had that 2-goal lead, and while not impossible, it's got to be feeling a little bit daunting here for Foxland.
Looks like Dignipaws might get another one. Taka having to play the fake. It's gonna go in the back of the net, and once again, who else but Strawberry could put that there? And that might be the final nail in the coffin for this series. Down by 3 with 31 seconds left. And the way Foxland's been playing so far, I don't know if they're gonna be able to get that back in time. But for Dignipaws, they're playing so confident. You love to see it for them, as it looks like they're going to be getting their next win here. Pictus with another shot. And yeah, I'm going to have to call it there, Docky. I think this match is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, you might be right. And again, though, this is the level of play that I knew this Dignipaws team could play all season long. Unfortunately for them, they've had a couple bumps with trying to get rotations down, but it seems like they have absolutely found their rotations. And it's so satisfying to see a team that's worked so hard try to get those rotations down between the three of them. I know Strawberry and Fire have known each other for a while, but for threes, this is a rotation that they have to learn, and it seems like they absolutely have learned it. They might take a 6th goal. They do, with 1 second left, and the ball goes up. An unnecessary goal, but that'll help with them on the goal differential on the leaderboard, as Dignipaws surely want to take this one in a sweep.
And they're just destroying me, as now I had to get all those clips together again, as I was so confident that not another shot was going to go in. But Dignipaws taking this one in a sweep, and I'm gotta say I'm impressed. This was very well played from them. They showed a level that we haven't seen in a couple of weeks, but they're finding the right time to do this right before mid-season, and they should be able to try and bring that momentum into the next week. But my goodness, what can I say? Like, Foxland looked a little rough around the edges there for this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you're up against a team that's just seemingly everywhere. And that's exactly what this Dignipaws team was doing all series long. So Foxland's, claim to fame, so to say, has always been the kind of midfield passing play. But when you're getting shut down at every opportunity, it's so difficult to adapt to that. And I felt like Dignipaws went into this with a game plan, and my goodness, did they execute.
Yeah, that is right. They sure did. They played that one really well. And I mean, as I said, Fox Clan kind of has a style that really does work in Dignipaws' favor. And I think they really showcase that there. But more than just that play style difference, just consistency this week from Fire and Strawberry, really pushing Dignipaws to a new level of scary. And if you're against them next week, I would be scared of what that team is able to do. But guys, that's only half of our matches for this week. We still have 3 more to go. And up next, we are going to have Dignipaws versus LumiMawcity. We're going to see which one of these two teams can take the dub and join the rest today after the break. Stick around, guys, and we will be back with some more RFDL.
Go back.
escape. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come to cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
What?
Say it later. Say it later.
Wait, what?
Hey everybody, welcome on back to RFDL Week 10. I am Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined here by Docky, and my goodness, another sweep on the day, Docky. Dignipaws taking down Fox Clan, and Dignipaws looking really, really strong.
Yep. I am, for Fox Clan, they played well. Obviously, with Taka having to, kind of rush back to the game, obviously that's going to hinder him a little bit. But, they still, I think, in my opinion, I think still Fox Clan still played well. It's just Dignipaws was so confident. The rotations from that team, I knew they could do that because, I know all three of them really well, and I've seen them play, and I knew that they could play that well. It's just them being confident enough to be that consistent is very satisfying to see from a team that's been trying to work those rotations into effect for so long, and it's finally seemingly working for them. So yeah, it's good to see. Obviously I don't want to be biased, but I definitely was happy to see Dignipaws playing as well as I knew they could play.
Yeah, and at the same time, you got to feel for Fox Clan a little bit. They had, unfortunately, they had to find a sub last minute, and Taka rushing back home from work to get into the match, so he probably didn't have a lot of chance to practice beforehand. But, you take what you can get with the league. They're just trying to have fun. Taka and JV, they're just trying to chill and have a good time. But for Dignipaws, this couldn't have come at a better time, as that will help them out a lot in the standings going forward towards mid-season, where every single match is going to count towards getting that higher leaderboard. And if you get to top 4, then suddenly you are getting a bye in that first round, and you definitely want that if you're any of these teams, as a win in mid-season equals playoffs. So nobody's going to be slouching when it comes to that tournament. But we've got 3 more matches for you today, and we're starting off with this next one, Dignipaws versus LumiMawcity. And we're going to have to see if Aerolax and his team can come back from the loss that I believe they had last week. Did they win last week? I can't remember now. LumiMawcity, did they lose last week?
Did we have a last week? I don't remember.
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. We didn't have a last week, but in week 9, they did lose to Cloud9. So will they be able to come back here? It's just been so long. They did. I forgot that was the match. Whoops.
Did that happen? Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Either way, let's go ahead. Let's talk about these teams. Let's talk about Dignipaws first. Dignipaws going over a little bit of a restructuring. Once again, Yuki is out, so they're looking for a new third. Right now, they are bringing in a sub. It's going to be Infernal. And Infernal, definitely a good player. He's played a couple of times here in the league so far. And I believe he's 1-1 on series, so let's see if he can make it a second one. Sylvie plus Infernal equals very scary times for the defense. Plus Nova has been playing so well as well. And you can see also in the bottom there, a new manager has joined the server, Attacking Toads. And don't worry, guys, that rank symbol is correct. This guy has not played ranked, or I believe Rocket League in general. I think this is the first person we've had managed that has less experience than Rai coming in as a manager. So we're going to have to see if they've made a good decision with this sub or not.
Rai catching strays? Rai goated, I just want to say.
Okay, Attacking Toads has played Rocket League, just not ranked.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. In terms of, I don't know if I've interacted with this person before, so I'm pretty unfamiliar with, no, I definitely have not. So I'm pretty unfamiliar with how they are going to run things, but I mean, yeah, like you said, with this team being terrifying, they're off to a good start with this team that they're fielding here today. I mean, Sylvie, obviously, you know, I consider a good, good buddy of mine, very talented, paired with someone like Inferno, who has been kind of nuts in the games that they've subbed in for, just very, very good. And then Nova, obviously, has been fantastic for this team. So, yeah, first game managing this team, and yeah, this is a good team to put on the field.
Yeah, but they're going to be going up against an equally good team. It's going to be LumiMawcity. Obviously, their last match didn't go as they expected. Arilax had to be out, but he is back this time, and he's looking for a win here. You can see he's up in those accolades, as well as Avid and Levi. I always talk about how I love Levi's aggressive midfield play, and he really just brings this roster into a really good rotation. And then Arilax and Avid, at this point, they're kind of like the Taka JV combo. You pass to one of them's going to put the shot on net. They're a definite strong team. I can't wait to see what they can put forward this week for us.
Yep, Arilax learned how to play threes recently, which has been terrifying for anyone going up against this team. So we'll have to see if that continues to be the case here. But yeah, this team has been consistently, when they're able to field their core roster, that's seemingly been working in their benefit. And if they're doing that now, then we definitely have a entertaining matchup on our hands.
Yeah, I have to agree there. And before we get into this match, you know what we got to do, Docky? We got to look and see what the predictions for this match were. So let me pull up my little spreadsheet of all of that. Totally not just a chat. It's a spreadsheet. So I said LumiMawcity in 4, and you said Dignipaws in 5, with Fire going for a LumiMawcity in 5. So once again, a bit of a split desk today, Docky. We're gonna have to see how these players do on the field. And with that being said, nothing much more to do but just get straight into this match. So let's get started with the 4th match of today. Docky, we're in for a long stream today as Dignipaws going up against LumiMawcity. And once again, a callback to the old days of our stream where we used to do multiple matches in one day. Will we be able to keep up? Let's see if we can keep up with the players on the pitch right now as we begin this game number 1. And Oblivion, just so you guys know, that's going to be Infernal playing on that Dignipaws squad. You're going to have to see if they bring Oblivion to the field for the team of LumiMawcity. They're going to be fighting up against this Dignipaws squad as hard as they can, desperate for another win. Both of these teams are tied in record, I believe. So a win here is going to be huge for either one of them.
Already a great start for the Dignipaws team, but unfortunately not able to put that one back to the net. The ball sent away, but maybe still on the side of LumiMawcity. But only the potential to be a very intense game here. You know, which team will make the mistake first? We've seen, I think earlier on in the stream, we saw a lot of kind of more patient play, trying to see if teams, which teams want to break first. But kind of the players that we have on the field in this specific match, with Aerolax, Avid, Sylvie, and Infernal, I don't know if you'll get that same kind of playstyle. I think you're going to see a lot of offensive attacking, and we've already started seeing so much of that early on. As might be a scoring opportunity there, but unfortunately, for Dignipaws, that one's just not quite close enough. And I said, I expect this to be high scoring, and I think we'll see that as the game goes on. But as it stands right now, Fade, we are currently tied with 3:30 left in the game.
It's been a bit of a defensive game. Not any team making a mistake just yet, and we're just going to have to see which defense cracks first. As we see a good 50 from Infernal to get that out. Aerolax trying to take control. Keeps it in the Dignipaws attacking third. That one's going to be in front of the net, but Nova in the right spot to clear that one wide. Avid now going to look for a pass, but it's going to be pinched off of Sylvie. We're going to go back to the LumiMawcity side. Now Aerolax, little bit of a misposition there, but able to get back into the net. Avid is going to take control of this. Going for a simple pinch, or a simple dribble downfield, my bad. And we're just going to continue on. A really good 50 from Aerolax, but it's not going to be able to go in the back of the net. Sylvie taking that off just to the side here. And we're going to have to see. As I said, both of these teams playing excellent Rocket League right now. We're just looking for one team to make a mistake to allow any sort of opening. But so far, there hasn't been anything too threatening from either team.
And a few really close calls there from both teams. We thought maybe you'd see that first goal go in, but we still continue to be tied here. Still like an eternity ago, I mentioned that. But it's only 2 minutes to go. We still all even. I feel like the goal for Dignipaws as it's coming right around the corner with how much offensive opportunity they've had so far. And this goes a little bit too high. I know that I've been in the camp of this Dignipaws team, kind of rooting for them to succeed, as they've had so many unfortunate situations that cause them to change rosters a little bit too much. But as I said, they've done such a good job of adapting. As nice little play here comes forward, as Infernal will be there for a shot there. A little bit of a miscommunication from the side of LumiMawcity. A minute 30 left. The Dignipaws is the first team to break through that mold, and they find themselves up 1, which normally is not too much of a lead here, but with how close this game has been, that almost feels like an insurmountable lead.
Now, big touch over from Sylvie, and something I kind of want to watch on the Dignipaws squad is how Sylvie and Infernal kind of team up together. We have talked multiple times about how Sylvie does like having someone with a generally similar mindset, a similar kind of style to their own to play effectively. And they've been having a hard time finding it. And they're going to shut me up for a minute as Avid actually gets a really good shot. Sylvie trying to take that out, and Avid just perfectly going down to that ball to get the touch off of the floor. No one in the back of the net. But as I was saying, Sylvie might have a little better of a time in this roster with Infernal being on the team, as they might have a little bit more of a similar vibe to Sylvie in their playstyle. Might be able to find a few better plays than they have with the team recently. Even as good as they have been looking with Yuki back on the squad. And that's a scary thing for Dignipaws, because they were already a good team. If you give them even more chemistry, that's definitely going to be even harder to deal with. However, 30 seconds left and a tied game. If they want to get that chemistry off the ground, they're going to have to show that now. Sylvie going to be a little bit too wide for that shot. The last 10 seconds start to ring out here. We might have an OT in game number 1. And with these two teams, I would see that as more than likely. Now another long ball. Nova getting up a bit too far. Avid with the shot, and it's going to hit the ground. And Docky, we go to OT.
That's been the theme of the day. It's overtime after overtime after overtime, and that's got to be tiresome, but hopefully the same thing is doing every time. And I mentioned I wanted close games, and that's exactly what we've gotten. A lot of these games just so incredibly close, and the overtimes are just proving that point. As Sylvie gets a really nice reset forward, but we'll have that one away and start over at square one. Just like starting here from fresh. A lot of high octane here on the side of both teams here, but only one goal scored for both teams, so a lot of the defense or just a little bit of misplays here. Either way, both teams playing, in my opinion, very well. I think anyone has the opportunity to take this one.
And both teams just looking for a crack in the armor of the other, trying to find one opportunity to put that in the back of the net. So far, nothing showing up in this OT. It just seems like both of these teams are playing really, really well on that defensive line. Not really allowing anything too threatening to come forward. Making sure they're shutting down all available opportunities before they get into that sort of scoring position. We're just going to have to see which team can do it better. Now Levi getting this touch over the Dignipaws attacker. No one able to go up for this one. And it looks like Infernal. I was about to call them Oblivion with a shot, but it is going to be Sylvie putting in that first OT winning goal for Dignipaws. And this is such an awkward angle. I don't think Avid was expecting them to get up to that. It goes off the post, and Dignipaws, a close, very narrow victory for them in OT.
Yeah, such a good shot from Sylvie, and Erlak's a little bit more awkward there on the defense. I think trying to put that one in an unshootable position, but you got Sylvie on the other side, and not really a lot of positions that are not a shooting opportunity for a player of that caliber. And do exactly that and take this one in overtime, and Dignipaws that has to feel good. They've had a little bit of a struggle throughout the season, more so than we expected from a team that has as much talent as they've had on their rosters, and exactly what you want. But again, Dignipaws kind of known to have kind of these stronger starts and then maybe get a little bit comfortable as the season goes on, and that kind of works against them. So let's see if they're able to take this momentum going forward into game 2.
And Dignipaws looking good to start off their series. Now we're going to have to look to LumiMawcity to kind of come back here. As I said, I think both teams played a really amazing game in that game number 1. Very low scoring, but there were so many chances just kept away by both teams. So we'll have to see if they can continue on. I wouldn't really change anything if you're LumiMawcity. Just fix that rotation in the back line and those 1 or 2 opportunities that Dignipaws had. My voice is going for a second there, but I do think they looked really good. We'll have to see if they can continue in game number 2, or if LumiMawcity will be able to tie this one up. Definitely not a team that you want to go up against match point, triple match point, being Dignipaws here. And once again, both these teams playing for a 5-5 record on the season. Definitely a position you want to be in for either of these teams looking into week number 11, the end of league play for this first round. And Sylvie gonna start off with a great goal off of this pinch with Erlax.
Oh man, and both of these players known to go for that pinch play, and I mean, what 2 better players to try to go for that pinch? Unfortunately though, for Erlax, that will end up in his own net. That has to feel a little bit unfortunate. A little bit of the luck factor there going for Dignipaws, but if you're Dignipaws, you're more than happy to see that one go your way and being up 1 game. We said this in the last few series. In that game 1, if you're able to sort of keep that momentum going forward, you take an early lead going into game number 2, and that works so well for you. As Sylvie will get another one. We're kind of a little bit of peppering here, though. LumiMawcity a little bit flat-footed on defense here.
Just a little bit. Levi turning in quick for that one, and I think Aralax did think that that goal would be saved away by Levi, so just kind of tough to do. They're going to have to come back now from a 2-goal deficit. Aralax with the flip reset. It's going to be off the post and out, off that crossbar, and that ping just ringing out once again. And you gotta hate that if you're LumiMawcity. So close to a goal. So close to getting 1 goal towards tying up this game. And what might be a must-win for LumiMawcity. And just to hear that sound ring out, gotta be tough on the mental. But knowing these guys are not going to let it affect them too much, Sylvie is going to love that sound on the other side of this. And they're also going to love seeing Infernal get that dunk, trying for the redirect. It would have been a tight angle if they were able to hit that one. Now able to turn back, but no boost on the play. Gonna try and stuff that one past Levi. Not going to be able to get past too much more of the LumiMawcity defense. But we're seeing a lot of shots coming out, and eventually one's going to go in. This one coming out from Infernal.
Oh, such a good setup here from Sylvie. Gets past Aralax, goes for the reset, and doesn't even need to get the flip as Infernal's there for the shot, and no one in defense to save that one for LumiMawcity. They find themselves down 3. But again, though, with these games, it feels like, I know you were making fun of me, Fade, for talking about how long this day was. It feels like so much has happened in this game, but yet somehow there is still 3 minutes left on the clock. So, you know, while it might be the case that, you know, you're down 3, that's a lot of time. You know, you don't necessarily need to, you know, come back and win this one. It's first soup is still on the table if you lose it, but you can get a lot of momentum in that time. That's so much time to work here, and LumiMawcity, that's probably something you're thinking about here, and that, you know, you're down 3, but you got so much time left in this game.
And time, definitely an important factor for any of these teams in the RFDL, as we've seen multiple occasions of teams being down by 2 to even 3 goals with little to no time left, still able to come back. Sometimes not necessarily what you would like to see if you're playing in these games, but if you're a fan, you love to see those close games. Stocky knows exactly what I'm talking about. Now Arrow trying to make a little bit of magic for his team, going off that side wall. Levi will try for that 50, not able to get there. Now a bit of a double commit from Dignipaws coming forward. Team's going to allow Nova to move forward, and they're doing so well at least getting past a couple of people on each challenge, and that's going to help another goal go in for Infernal. He's finding his place so well on this squad. He seems to be fitting right in, and what a touch off of that read on the crossbar.
Yeah, and Nova not getting an assist there, but I mean, that play set up by Nova. Gets the touch around 1 and then gets that demo to set up that opportunity, and Dignipaws at this point in the game looking pretty good, but this does not look good for them, as Aralax will get the easiest goal of his career. A little bit of a mispush there. No one in defense. Someone was off the line. That probably was Sylvie if I had to guess. And that one will walk its way into the net for LumiMawcity, and they get a goal here. The minute 42, it's not impossible, but a little bit harder. But I'm sure that goal will feel good for them to get here in this game number 2.
And definitely 1 goal is all it takes to really swing the momentum in your favor if you kind of let that happen if you're Dignipaws. So it's going to be on them to kind of keep the pace up and not allow any more advantages to come for LumiMawcity. Now Sylvie getting a great touch off of this bounce, popping it over the head of Aralax. Infernal going to be able to get it high up above the head of Avid now. And keeping this ball high, I think that's where Dignipaws is doing really well. Making players really second guess going for those challenges, making them very flat-footed on the ground. That's allowing for a lot of opportunity coming for this Dignipaws squad. And less for LumiMawcity. Up by 3 for Dignipaws now. And LumiMawcity, they need to push now if they want to be able to find a way to tie this one back up. But as time keeps ticking down, that just seems more or less unlikely. A touch from Sylvie leading to another goal, and that's going to be the last nail in the coffin for this one, I think. Sylvie getting bumped by Avid there, still able to recover and get the touch for the pass. That's absolutely insane from Sylvie here.
Yeah, an absolute gift for Infernal. As a open net opportunity will find its way through, get them that 4-goal lead. And like I said, Fade, as much as we talk about at times and nothing is impossible, unfortunately, I think in less than 30 seconds left, this 4-goal lead is a little bit insurmountable. And like Dignipaws is more than likely going to take this game number 2. That will put them on triple match point, and LumiMawcity does something really quickly to change up their gameplay, shut down the offense we've seen from this Dignipaws team. A difficult road ahead of them, but Fade, as you kind of have mentioned before in prior Dignipaws games, this Dignipaws roster has a tendency to get a little bit too comfortable, I think, with some of these leads. They kind of let their foot off the gas, and that's led to some of these opportunities. This is a team that's been reverse swept before, so they definitely do not want to have that happen again. That might linger in the back of their minds.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. They're going to need to come out swinging very fast in this one, kind of like they did in Game 2, finding some early goals to keep that confidence up. And it's tough for LumiMawcity. You got to really figure out exactly what's gone wrong these first couple of games, and I just think that it was just some defensive mistakes and the absolute aggression from Dignipaws that we honestly haven't seen in a while coming out from them. Infernal is looking great. Sylvie is looking great. They're putting their shots on target. As you can see, there's a little bit of defensive misplays here that LumiMawcity might be able to figure out and come back from in game number 3, but you've got a long road ahead of you if you are LumiMawcity, and it all starts with one win and seeing what could come from that. But I mean, Dignipaws, they're looking really strong, but as you have said, Docky, they do have a tendency of letting their foot off the gas when they get that 2-game lead. We're gonna have to see if that happens here again.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's like we talked about before, it's kind of easy, I think, in series to start going, okay, well, we've been destroying, you know, with you, especially when you win by 5 or 4, you kind of start to think, okay, well, this is in the bag, and then the next thing you know, the other team makes an adaptation, starts to gain some momentum, and then by that point, it's too late. And that's how those reverse sweeps tend to happen so quickly. But for Dignipaws, you definitely do not want to get ahead of yourself. You want to let this LumiMawcity team make those adaptations, and Sylvie definitely not trying to do that, as we see another one of those shooting opportunities, mechanical plays start to come out from them. As we might have another opportunity here, but Avid will have this one away. This might be a little bit of a dangerous opportunity, but Airlax got to get on top of that bump there, and might give LumiMawcity a scoring opportunity, but no, Infernal does have that one away, and early on, already seeing so much aggression from Dignipaws Fade. I do not believe that they want a repeat of what we've seen prior from them.
Yeah, but something I've noticed on the LumiMawcity side is that Levi has switched to the Batmobile, which usually when they switch to a Batmobile, they do have the tendency to win that next game. So we'll have to see if they are able to do the same. Now, trying for the musty flick to Airlax was so close to that first goal being scored for them, but unfortunately not able to get past, I believe it was Sylvie. Now, Infernal looking for that 50, able to get it back to Sylvie. Sylvie in a good position here. However, their car landing a little bit rough, but lots of opportunities coming out from both of these teams so far. I do see a little bit more offense from LumiMawcity than we saw in the last game, which it does bode well for them going into this game number 3. Now, Levi with the shot is going to be barred down, and LumiMawcity with the first goal of this game number 3.
Well, this is exactly what you want to see if you're LumiMawcity. It's such a good passing play and a great shot from Levi. For Dignipaws, that's not quite what you want to see. 2 players on the backboard in the same spot, both not in the right position for that shot, and that might have been fine if there's only 1 player there, but unfortunately for them there was 2, and it's a little bit difficult to cover the entirety of the net situation. But again, as we talked about, seemingly feeling so long. I don't know if that's because of how many games we have played to this point, but there's still so much time left on this clock, and LumiMawcity, you know, you got to think about maybe trying to push for a buffer goal here. They definitely need to win this game. I would not want to give Dignipaws the ability to tie this one and then come back and force the sweep. Right now, though, LumiMawcity is playing a little bit better on the defensive rotation, but we need to see them push a little bit more forward into the offense.
Now Aerolax over to Avid. Avid looking for a chance with the drop down, not able to find it. And unfortunately, no one on LumiMawcity seeing that touch for Levi going straight in front of the Dignipaws net. So no attack can be made on that. That could have been a really good chance for LumiMawcity to go up by 2 in this game, which facing against this Dignipaws squad is absolutely essential because they could come back at any time and they might do so here. Avid will be there to get the save. But that was a close one. You can't let too many of those opportunities slide if you are LumiMawcity. They're going to have to play defense coming up as Sylvie has possession of this ball. Avid does a really good job of getting one past Infernal. Pass over to Aerolax. A little bit slow, plays it low. But no one is going to fall for that on the Dignipaws defense. And we're seeing some really good plays coming out for Dignipaws here, but nothing threatening enough on the net of LumiMawcity.
Yeah, and I mean, LumiMawcity, it's okay. Got the 1-goal lead. They would love to have that buffer, as I had said before, but for them right now, they don't necessarily need to make that stretch forward for it. Just let it come naturally. Not seemingly working well for them as Avid might have a shot on net, but it's a mistouch from Infernal, and we'll take full advantage. And just like I said, they're not pushing for it, just letting that goal come to them. As it's an unfortunate mistouch there. Even a little bit of misflip there from Nova, but touchdown, Avid will have that one covered, and 2-goal lead with a minute left. A minute's still a lot of time, but they've got to feel really good for LumiMawcity in this game.
And now Sylvie getting a quick one of their own, and suddenly that 1-minute bell that told seems like an eternity for LumiMawcity is once again Dignipaws find themselves within striking distance. And if you're on LumiMawcity, you gotta start getting tired of that disco goal explosion ringing out in your ears, because my goodness, it's just so tough for them. Now Sylvie immediately getting a demo off this kickoff, trying to get it past Aerolax, not gonna be able to find it. It goes to Infernal, gonna play this one off of the corner, past Aerolax once again, but Avid just in the perfect spot to keep this one going. Sylvie trying to find a read off the sidewall. That would have been an absolute insane read. Not able to do so, though. Now, this might be an opportunity, but Levi gets a really good touch on Sylvie, keeping that shot away from going in. Really did just mess up that angle of attack for them. However, Sylvie with 100 boost and a plan, and it's going to be off the ceiling and in. 10 seconds left, and we're tied once again.
Oh, it's heartbreak for LumiMawcity as the last guy you want with the ball. A bump comes in from Infernal, and like you said, LumiMawcity has to be hating that disco ball goal explosion. As 10 seconds left, Dignipaws finds a way to tie it. Now, I said that a minute, a lot of time to come back, and they've done exactly that. And might have an opportunity here as Sylvie does have a scoring opportunity, but luckily for LumiMawcity, no power on the reset, and we have another overtime.
And as you said, the day of overtimes is what we've been getting for this week in particular. Just so many of these teams so evenly matched. But now we're finding ourselves in golden goal territory, and that might be it. But Avid going off their own crossbar to keep that one out. Now Aerolax having to take a small shot towards the net, at least make Sylvie work for it. But we're seeing a lot of aggression coming out from Dignipaws to start here, and that's got to be scary if you're LumiMawcity. You do not want to let this end in a sweep. You need to at least get one game that you can't take the series, but you know that they are hungry for that win, and they're going to try their best for this one. Now Avid trying to move forward, not going to be able to do it. Aerolax gets a needed touch to the side to keep Dignipaws from attacking once again. Levi gets another 50. And Infernal trying to pass out, but no one on the Dignipaws squad going to take that bait. Now Avid, close shot, but it's going to be off to the side. And a minute 10 into this OT. They're still looking scary for LumiMawcity over on their side.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see, I think, a little bit of momentum building here for LumiMawcity. They've done a good job, I think, of being composed on defense and then immediately able to turn this thing around and causing Dignipaws to scramble, I think, a little bit more than they used to, as a shot from Airlax will go high. It is there for the shot, but unfortunately just not enough boost there to make that one a powerful one. As goes for the solo play, but just not really get the touch I think he wants.
Oh,
Levi's
what
an
a
open
bump.
net, does take it after the bump, and exactly what you wanted to see. You said, you know, you mentioned earlier that the Batmobile was a boon for this LumiMawcity team, and absolutely it was there, as Levi will put that overtime game-winning goal in. LumiMawcity able to survive.
And that was really well played by, I believe that was Arrow with the bump, giving Levi all the space they needed to put in that crucial goal. And that is exactly what LumiMawcity needs to be able to make a comeback in this series. But we didn't really see a step off the gas pedal as we predicted from Dignipaws in this one. They looked really strong going into that OT. It just seemed the opportunity was on LumiMawcity's side and they were able to take it. And Levi having a great game in particular, scoring 2 of the 3 goals that LumiMawcity needed for that game win. If they can continue playing like that, it'll still be a tough way to come back, but we could see ourselves in a game 5 here.
Yeah, I think it's, like you said, I think it's less of Dignipaws stepping off the gas and more of, like you were talking about, LumiMawcity having some kind of a resurgency here. As we saw, especially in that overtime, I felt like LumiMawcity was able to just turn it up a notch, get some offense going that was really, really tough for this Dignipaws team to deal with. As it felt like just every opportunity there was a shot, and as we see that final bump come through, and yeah, this is very well played. It's really, really good from LumiMawcity to not let those, you know, those early deficits get to their head, and especially giving up some goals there to let that one go to overtime in the first place. They clearly did not get to them. So if you're LumiMawcity, gotta have a little bit of confidence going here into the next game.
And confidence is going to be key playing against this Dignipaws roster. Is Avid going to be put in an awkward position on his own back wall. Now a shot coming forward from Nova. Not going to be able to find the back of the net. But it's a good start for Dignipaws, who want to make sure that this ends as quick as possible. They do not want to give LumiMawcity any more momentum, any chance at a game 5. We'll see if they can do this one here. Sylvie with the double tap. Avid going to have to play this one off the bounce. Not able to get a touch there, but Airlax will be there to bail the team out. We're seeing a lot of pressure starting for Dignipaws in this game number 4. Another shot going to be off the post and out. And Infernal just taking his time with this one, allowing his team to get back, get some boost. He knew that there wasn't going to be a shot opportunity as he had nothing in the tank. And he played that one really well. However, LumiMawcity going to try and find something of their own. A minute in, Docky, and we're tied.
And this is a little bit, not nerves, but kind of going back to that testing playstyle that we see early on, usually at the beginning of series. I mean, things get a little bit antsy. Teams start to worry about, you know, kind of losing or giving up momentum. You kind of see that reserved playstyle start to come up again, and it seems like we've seen a little bit of that. Both teams kind of just maybe pushing 1, maybe 2 players forward, just seeing exactly who's going to falter on defense. Is a great offensive opportunity here. Unfortunately, as I say that, the team's kind of not really pushing too hard, but obviously this is a great opportunity for them, as I think it's a really nice touch-up of a fantastic setup from Sylvie, and you only need the 2 there when you have a passing play like that. And Dignipaws find themselves up 1 early on.
Now, I think a fake kickoff coming out. Avid was able to push that over to the side. Not able to find too much more. However, Levi might have a chance and gets one. And it's a quick comeback from LumiMawcity as Infernal tries to put that off to the side. Unfortunately for him, Levi just in the perfect position to take a touch on that ball and then forces Dignipaws to own goal there. And that's going to be great if you're a LumiMawcity fan wanting to see that momentum come back in for the team. But now Dignipaws looking forward once again, and that's a quick goal to come out from Nova. on their second for this game.
Another really good setup here. Airlux, no boost. Has to guess where it's going to go, and coming off the back with zero boost. Just no momentum. Not really much you can do from that position. It's a really good shot from Nova. This is a kickoff mishap. Will lead to an equalizer early on. I don't even have time to think here. I don't know if this is a double fake. Both players just... Oh, we have 3 players missing, leading to Avid having a open net. I don't think that was intentional, but my goodness, we're somehow tied.
I think that fake kickoff from Aerolax was definitely intentional. They'll be expecting to have to play the 50. And who would expect a team to go for 2 kickoffs after getting scored on in a row? I definitely would not have seen that one coming. But it works out in LumiMawcity's favor. Quite a high-scoring game, not even halfway through. 4 goals scored. A few more to be had, I assume. At least one more to determine the winner of this game. But both these offenses looking really good so far in this game 4. We're going to have to see who can get the next one. Sylvie going to push downfield. So much space has been given to Sylvie here. So much respect as we've seen what they can do in this league. It's making some of these teams hesitate against them. LumiMawcity might be falling for that trap, as they just seem to be giving so much space in the midfield. Sylvie going to be able to grab this boost. Levi tries to get in their way, but nothing doing. Flip reset coming out from Sylvie, but Aerolax, patience on the goal line, is going to play into their favor. 1:56 on the clock. We're still tied up here, surprisingly, in game number 4.
A few opportunities here we've seen from Dignipaws. Unfortunately not capitalizing on those opportunities when they had them. We saw maybe a solo play opportunity from Sylvie prior that just quite connecting and seemingly putting... Seeing their offense stagnating quite a little bit, unfortunately for them, and that's a little bit scary when you're up against this LumiMawcity team whose offense is seemingly starting to ramp itself up, and it might be on the backs of this Dignipaws team's minds. They definitely do not want to be ceding momentum, I think, to them, but it's a great way to nip that in the bud, and Sylvie gets a really nice shot off of a little bit of a scramble here from LumiMawcity.
And who else but Sylvie in that disco goal explosion to ring out to get the lead once again for Dignipaws. They've been doing so well, putting all these shots on target. Very consistent pressure on the side of LumiMawcity. It's going to cause a little bit of a scramble, but we've now seen LumiMawcity go down 3 times in this game. Will they be able to tie this up once again, or is it going to be too late? Sylvie once again, an excellent shot coming off of the defensive blunder, and got a minute left as your LumiMawcity to tie this one up.
Airlux, you got to be up quick for that one, and Airlux wasn't up quick, but unfortunately the shot was too powerful, not able to read that one on the backboard in time. Sure, if it was a little bit closer and Airlux had more time, I'm sure he reads that every time, but just in that moment, so difficult to get to that one. And you were saying, not quite, there's a little bit of time, but at 2-goal leads, gotta feel kind of a little bit painful for LumiMawcity. We've seen crazier things happen. You only need 2. They definitely, if they want to have a chance, they're going to need to score right here.
Avid leaving that for Aerolax, and scoring right here is exactly what LumiMawcity planned to do. Excellent touch from Aerolax. Just putting his car in just the right position, just the right angle to put that into the bottom left of that net. Down by 1, 29 seconds left. We gave them about 30 seconds for each goal. Now they're going to have to see if they can tie this one up. Sylvie with possession here. Might be a chance for Dignipaws, but Nova not wanting to play that one too aggressive. A pass out. Levi with the shot. Sylvie is going to get long clear downfield, which is exactly what Dignipaws need. Aerolax on little boost as the final 10 seconds ring out. Aerolax with the 50. Levi puts it up high. Sylvie with the touchdown. Avid opportunity as it bounces off the back wall. It's still in the air. Aerolax with the shot. It's placed perfectly. In 0 seconds, LumiMawcity stay in the game.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. The ability to read a few mistouches here from Dignipaws. I don't think Sylvie meant to pop that as high as he did, and then a frontal having to stretch for it does not get a good touch, and LumiMawcity's ability to, I think, play off of the miscues, not, I think, get tricked out or faked out by some of the mistouches and be exactly where you need to be for the goal. And the 0-second goal means we have Fade another overtime, and I cannot believe my eyes.
And it just makes sense with how close these two teams are in terms of skill. Like, you had to expect most of these games to go to an OT. It could really go either way at this point, but the momentum on the side of LumiMawcity after that 0-second goal. However, Nova trying to end this one quick. Avid with the save. It's going to go off of the defense and over to the corner. That's not a good miss from Avid, though. Sylvie getting a chance. Nova will be there for the shot, but it is going to be left alone. That's going to be a miss, though, and Infernal with the final shot of the series. Dignipaws go up once again, and they're going to be winning this series 3-1.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate result of a lack of boost here on LumiMawcity's side. All three players on low boost, and that pot from Sylvie, someone had to go for it. Unfortunately, no one really with enough boost to hit it in a way that gets them out of trouble, and Infernal was there for the shot, and with, you know, unfortunately, or with how close that was, it could have gone either way, but fortunately for Dignipaws, unfortunately for LumiMawcity, and one will end here and now. We have our first non-sweep of the day, though, Fade. Love to see it.
Yeah, I am excited for that. Excited to see if we can continue on and see if we get any more sweeps or if we can stay away from them. Of course, Docky would love as many sweeps as we can, as this is a long day for us here. But we'll have to see what happens. But I mean, well played to both teams. I think they both look pretty strong. Infernal is looking really, really well. He's fitting pretty good in that Dignipaws squad. We'll have to see if he's going to become a mainstay of that roster or if Toads and the rest of the team are going to be looking elsewhere. But after that performance, I wouldn't know if I would do that, really. I think Infernal looked really well. As for LumiMawcity, you know, just shake your head, go next. You got the mid-season tournament coming up. You're going to want to try and start that off on the right foot, so go for a win in week 11. But guys, we still have 2 more matches to play today, and they are some spicy ones coming up. So, after the break, we will be back with our next match, which is going to be Black Bunny Gaming playing against Protogen Rebellion. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around, guys, and we'll be right back.
take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find the way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to the Rocket First Draft League for week number 10. I'm Eclectic Fades with Docky once again. And Docky, LumiMawcity not having the results they wanted here, but Dignipaws, on the other hand, looking really, really good with this new edition of Infernal.
Yeah. You know, they did a very good job of, we talked about before, right? They have a tendency to get that 2-goal comfortable lead and then get a little bit too comfortable. Maybe take that little nap on the couch sometimes, and that's caused them to get reverse swept in the past. So really nice to see them, like you mentioned during the cast, not let their foot off the gas. They did a really good job of keeping the pressure on. LumiMawcity did a really good job of countering that, but you know, when you're up against a team that's got players like Sylvie, got players like Infernal, and got players like Nova, it's difficult to try to counteract that. So as best as they tried, there was just way too much momentum, I think, for that Dignipaws squad.
Yeah, I had to agree there, but they did play their hearts out, and that's all we can really ask for them. I hope they had a fun time during that match, as that was, you know, I was on the edge of my seat watching that, really hoping for that Game 5, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. But we got some more matches for you guys, all locked and loaded and ready to go. Up next, we are going to have Black Bunny Gaming playing against Protogen Rebellion. So, one of our top teams going against one of our lower teams, but if this league has taught us anything, Docky, it's that you cannot underestimate our lower ranked teams. They will bring it to you when you least expect it. I hope to see a very exciting match going on forward today.
Yeah. I mean, like we've talked about, you mentioned lower on the leaderboard. We haven't really had, I don't think there really is a team that is low enough where they're not in contention to win a match. I mean, we saw, you know, Twisted Tales has been playing pretty well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win today, but it was by no means a lack of talent on that team that caused that to go that way, the way that it did. And I think we're starting to see teams start to get a little bit comfortable in their rotations, and that's caused a lot of these games to go close. And you know, if I had to bet, Fade, I'd say we're probably in store, I should say, for some more overtimes.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Let's go ahead and talk about the teams going into this match. Start off with Black Bunny Gaming, the usual. We know them. We love them? Question mark. I mean, you know, some of you guys do. The rest of the league see them as the villains to defeat. And you can see there. I just want to make a quick mention to the new title that Hammer has, which is Team Carry, because as you can see, #1 in every single category except demos. And who's going to have that? It's going to be Vezix. They're running the entirety of the accolades right now, which we expected to see from Hammer at some point, and we have hit that point in the league where he is doing that. Not to say anything against Kiki or Vezix at all, but Hammer really is the centerpiece of this entire squad, and he does well to show it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the SSOs cost so much in the draft, right? They have the ability to kind of do that, I think. And, well, Hammer has done exactly that. So, it's no surprise to, I think, just about anyone that Hammer has absolutely continued to be a dominating player in our league. Was last season, continues to be this season. So, yeah, no surprise to me, but still not unbeatable. A little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, they are a Titan for anybody to play up against, and so that's going to be tough for this next squad coming in. It is going to be Protogen Rebellion, and this is kind of like the fan favorite team, I think. You got Static, you got Turtles, you got Heavenly, all very well known, all very respected players in this Aerial RL Furs Discord, and Rye being one of the goated managers of this team. Like, you've just got a fan favorite team here. Everybody wants to see them win. They've had some ups, they've had some downs, but they've currently been on the uptick recently, and they've been looking really good in their last couple of matches.
Yeah, they have. It took them a while, I think, to get to that point where they were starting to play. But again, this is a team of players that have a lot of potential. It just has not gone their way, unfortunately. But that is by no means, I think, a lack of ability from this team. All three of these people have potential, I think, to be, you know, on a winning team. So they just need to. I think they just need time. But for now, unfortunately, they're a little bit lower in the leaderboard. But I don't think that should get to their heads too much.
Oh yeah, of course. We always talk about how this is such a long season. We're not even halfway through it yet, and they're gonna have plenty of time to come back. But every win means something here, and if you could get a win against the second seed on the leaderboard right now, that could definitely do you some seriously good things for your confidence going into midseason. But both of these teams are insanely strong, but we're gonna have to see which one of them can bring that to the pitch today. We'll go ahead and look at our predictions going into this one. I predicted 3-2 to Protogen Rebellion. Arrow predicted 3-2 to Protogen Rebellion. Docky, you predicted 3-1 to Black Bunny Gaming, and so did Fire, 3-1 to Black Bunny Gaming. So we've got a split desk evenly down the middle here. The exact same series score for each of our sides as well. So we're going to have to see how this goes. But without any further ado, I think we're just ready to get into this one. So let's go ahead and start our second match of the 3 that we had in front of us in the second half of this week. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. It's Black Bunny Gaming. It's Protogen Rebellion. Who's going to take the win here? Docky, let's go ahead and find out. We're going to start straight off of this kickoff. We're going to be looking to see Protogen start off with a good attack, and we're going to find exactly the opposite of that. As Kiki is going to get the first goal super quick for Black Bunny Gaming.
Man, I have so much to say about this matchup, but I'm not even allotted 5 seconds to talk about it as Black Bunny puts in that first goal. And so rewind a little back a few seconds. The matchup that I'm looking for here is going to be that Turtles Hammer matchup. I know that we've talked a lot about kind of that group of British lads. Types of Joshy and Meezer and all of them. There's another one though where you have a player that is a little bit more familiar, I think, with the playstyle that Hammer likes to play with, and you might see that kind of work in Protogen's favor. But of course, down one early on, it's so hard to deal with enough offense as strong as this team is. And though only a 1 goal deficit, they definitely have more than enough time to kind of counteract that. But as it stands, they will need to start getting some offense of their own. And unfortunately for them, as this moment, they just have not had a whole lot of time on offense. It feels like every single time they're on the ball, it's in order to make a save. As another one will come through Turtles, but they will need to get to this one quickly. As all 3 players from Protogen post themselves, no one's really able to get a play on that ball here. And fortunately for them, Black Bunny having full control of the ball here early on.
Now Static, a good touch past Bezix. Turtles trying to find a pass out in rotation. Not going to be able to find something. As Static does get demoed on the play. Now Kiki will have that ball. And they've been looking so good on the Black Bunny Gaming side. Really helping Hammer push that aggression to levels that they haven't been able to get to before. Just like they do right now. As another goal in for Black Bunny. And they're up by 2.
Great passing play from Hammer over to Kiki in the great position. Static a little bit hesitant, I think, to challenge that one, hoping for a touch on the initial challenge, but it's not happening. And it gives them that 2-goal lead early on. I say early on, there's still 3.5 minutes to go, which is quite a bit of time. And I think the clock has ticked down a little bit more than I would have thought. It always is about 3 minutes left. So maybe my perception of more than 2 minutes is not very good, but this is such an awkward ball here for Protogen. And the theme of this series has been them kind of struggling on defense, doing a pretty decent job getting some of these saves, but they're just not able to turn the ball around. They've had very little offensive presence so far in this game so far, and I think in the entirety of the series, that's definitely not what you want to see out of this Protogen team. They have the ability to turn this on to offense, they just haven't done it so far.
You gotta be very careful allowing this much space on your attacking third, as you know that Black Bunny is going to be looking for any sort of goal they can get here. Now a chance for Protogen as Turtles will be able to turn that one in off of some well-timed bumps on the defense here from Heavenly. Kiki not able to really get their footing too much back from that rotate back, and Turtles just able to slot that one in. And for Protogen Rebellion fans, that's what you want to see early on. You don't want to allow Black Bunny to get too far of a lead, because once it gets past that couple of goal margin, they really do seem to ramp up from there. And now a quick attack from Heavenly, and suddenly we're all tied up.
Man, a mistouch, a rare mistouch from Hammer allows this one to be shot directly on, and it seems like no one on Black Bunny was expecting that slam into the sidewall, as there was absolutely no one there to cover behind Hammer. That will lead just to a tie, and as you were saying, if you're rooting for Protogen here, as they seem to be a little bit of fan favorites here for the league, exactly what you want to see. You do not want this game to get ahead of you. They've done a really good job of making sure this one stays close as a really good pass comes through, but unfortunately that one will go a little bit too high, but nothing too dangerous as they're able to turn this one right back around. And Turtle's doing a really good job of shutting down a lot of these midfield plays, cutting in exactly when he needs to, and it seems like Turtles is absolutely determined not to throw this match for Protogen Rebellion.
They might be fan favorites, but you don't see it in the chat so far, as the entire support has looked like it's been for BBG. Where's my Protogen Rebellion emotes, guys? Come on, start spamming those in the chat. Get some love for this team going on. Either way, Hammer going to try to get past Heavenly, not going to be happening. And Hammer once again to Kiki. That's going to be an open net, and the love not coming in fast enough for Protogen, as Kiki gets a third one for Black Bunny Gaming, and I believe that's their third goal in this match in particular, in this game.
It's the hat trick for Kiki, and it's an unfortunate misplay from Protogen. You definitely don't want those long clears rolling their way into your net, but might be an opportunity to counterattack her on the kickoff, as this one is incredibly awkward for Black Bunny out of what seemingly was a relatively standard kickoff, but hopefully Hammer is there to make sure that that one is shut down almost immediately. It's an awkward touch though from Bezic. Again in the right position to make sure that one is shut down, and Kiki gets another touch, and Hammer is going to steal that one. Does not want to let Kiki have their fourth goal, and that 2-goal lead with 47 seconds, not too impossible. Definitely a lot harder to come back from.
And somehow Hammer always has to make sure the focus is on him. Trying to steal that goal away from Kiki, who got a really nice shot there. I only jest for Hammer. I know he's not the one that likes to do that on the team. He wants to play more back, more patient. He wants to be that third man. It's just the team has needed him more for that attacking presence. And another shot going on, and Kiki is having the game of their career right now. 4 goals, could have been 5. Right now it is 4. But they really are showing up in static. I think expecting, I'm not sure exactly what he was doing there. Just needs to go up for that ball. And Protogen Rebellion quickly on the back foot here with only 23 seconds left. Seems like this game 1 is going to be a bit out of reach for them.
I mean, oh my goodness, what can you do?
They're not giving us time.
What can you do? What can you talk about? Every single opportunity is a goal, and I tell you, what do you say? If you have a duo like Hammer and Kiki, these two absolutely all over the place, doing all of the scoring, seemingly controlling this game, and 4-goal lead for Black Bunny going into the final 10 seconds. They will surely have this one, and I might try to go for another one, but I don't think that one will hit. No, of course, as soon as I say I don't think it will, Hammer will get a third goal for them, and my goodness, you know, Hammer couldn't let Kiki just be the only one with a hat trick as they get one of their own, and 5-goal lead. This one looked like it might have been close, but Black Bunny absolutely sprinting away with this one as Kiki and Hammer doing what they've been doing all season, or at least not all season, but since they've kind of formed themselves on this new Black Bunny team, and so hard to deal with players that can shoot like these two can.
And really, it was just this was more than just a Hammer show in this game. This was the Kiki and Hammer show. They did such a good job at obliterating the defense of Protogen Rebellion. They really didn't give them any sort of chances. It was close at first with that comeback, but right after that tied game, it just seemed like something clicked in the heads of Black Bunny Gaming, and it was just goal scorer after goal scorer, and my goodness, it was really well played from both teams. But I think just this is the momentum we were talking about, Docky. Once Black Bunny gets it, there's no stopping them, and they just proved it here in that one game, going up by 5 in the last half of the game in itself.
I have to agree. It's definitely not a team you want to be, I think, fighting from behind against, because it's kind of easy, I think, to get that tying goal, but as soon as you're down 1 again, there's always the threat that you're going to lose another 4 out of nowhere, and that's exactly what we saw happen in this game. It was tied 2-2. Unfortunately, they went down 2-3, and then at that point, Black Bunny just absolutely ran away from it. So if you're thinking of it, if you're thinking of it in terms of momentum, you got to think that maybe, if you keep it close, you have a really good chance there. They played really well. Really well. Are we in the wrong game? We're in the wrong game. But no, if you're Protogen, you got to think that if you can keep it close, you have a much better chance. They did a really good job of that early on. They just let that one get away from them.
Yeah, and 1 second, guys. We will get this back in the right spot, but I messed up a little bit, as I tend to do. NA production and all that, but it'll be fine. Just gotta remember to click my buttons every so often. But yeah, no. Black Bunny looking really good in that game, and I expect to see the same performance coming from them here in this game number 2. We'll have to see if Protogen can do anything as we go back into the game. In game number 2, we'll see exactly what these teams can pull off here. This Hammer gonna have this straight down, trying to get this in front of the net. Static will be the first one there. We're seeing a little bit of offense coming out now from Protogen, but not too much to start off. You get really scared when you see Kiki and Hammer up for the same ball, as this series has proven that they're going to be able to score that. Now that's an awkward ball for Protogen Rebellion, but Turtles will be able to take that one away. And that might go straight down and in, but it's going to be off the crossbar. Another shot opportunity let go by Hammer. Excellent defense from Black Bunny Gaming, and we remain tied about a minute in. Oh,
my goodness. The opportunities. I feel like every time you say something, Fade, the opposite just tends to happen. And
cast occurs.
The cast occurs. I can't. I would make funny for that, but I feel like it's happened to me at least 4 times today alone. And such a well-played scoring opportunity from Protogen. They had kind of an awkward position that they found themselves in. Maybe a flick opportunity didn't go its way, maybe a pass play but no one was there, a little bit of a double commit, but then all of a sudden Heavenly's kind of there for a shot, the ball bounces awkwardly and no one from Black Bunny was there to read it. And it's exactly what you want to see going in this game too. You need momentum, and even if it's not the play that you wrote up, I'm sure that wasn't exactly what they had in mind for play design. Having that 1-goal lead in this game too, after kind of giving up quite a bit in that game, number 1 has to feel good for them. So I'm sure that'll help in terms of momentum and confidence, but as it stands, Protogen up 1.
Now Turtles not going to be able to get on that ball. Heavenly going to have to scramble back, find something. You can see Vezix just going for a bump in the back, but not really anything coming from it, as Turtle's able to clear that away easily, looking for the shot opportunity, and Hammer will be putting that one away. And sometimes those bumps can be really wise, but sometimes in situations like that, just didn't really do too much. Luckily, no attack can come forward for Protogen Rebellion, so Black Bunny keep that 1-goal deficit. They're going to have to still try to find one, but they have plenty of opportunity to do that, and if any team's going to be able to do it, it will be Black Bunny. As Vezix now has to clear this over to the side. Not the best touch. Turtles is going to be able to clear that away. And Vezix puts this over to the corner, looking for the double. Nothing found, and Heavenly will be able to put that back to the corner. Though another shot and a double commit from Turtles and Static, leaving opportunity for this demo to come in. Now Static gonna have to clear this one long to relieve all the pressure on the Protogen Rebellion net.
Opportunity here though, but unfortunately for Protogen, they're not going to get that offer goal that I'm sure they would love to get, but a great, very needed backboard read from Static will make sure that the game remains advantage for them. And it's a really nice dunk here, a little bit of a 50 attempt. I'm not exactly sure who ran into that one. It actually was Hammer. Tries to run it up the wall, but Turtles staying on the ball, not turning off, will lead to this one going in the back of Black Bunny's net. And Protogen up 2. And we talked about them kind of wanting that buffer goal. They found themselves kind of playing from behind in the last game for quite a bit of it. I'm sure being up 2 has got to feel good for them. There is under 2 minutes left here, and Protogen Rebellion team looking entirely different than what we saw from them in Game 1.
Yeah, you've got to be feeling good being up by 2, but you cannot rest on just 2 goals, seeing how Black Bunny has been able to score 7 in the series overall in just 1 game. You never know when they might go for a shot. They might be able to find it off anything. Now Vezix trying to find an opportunity for his team. Will get demoed as a result. Now Hammer going to have to keep this one up high. A good demo coming from Kiki this time to keep the pressure away from Purrsion Rebellion this time. Now Vezix with another bump, but Turtles playing that in the midfield, so no shot once again. But nothing bad from Black Bunny, as no offense can be made on Black Bunny's side, or on Protogen Rebellion side, should I say. And we're seeing the aggressive plays keep going further and further. We would have to think eventually one of these is going to go in, as the pressure is mounting from Black Bunny Gaming, but with 42 seconds left, they're going to have to score now.
Yeah, but you're saying the way that the Protogen Rebellion team has been playing, I just don't know if it's in the cards for Black Bunny. It's been crazy to see the kind of walk that we've seen. In terms of momentum, we're talking about a team that just lost, what, 7-2? They find themselves up 2, completely shutting out. Of course, as I say that, almost completely shutting out this Black Bunny team until about 14 seconds left when we'll go in the back of the net here. Right over, 14 seconds is a little bit of time there to try to equalize here, but yeah, no. Protogen, you gotta feel a little bit decent that the team that put, what, 7 goals on you last game is just 1, but I need to stop talking, Fade. Every time I talk about Protogen Rebellion team or anything that's happening in the game, if I curse it, is 14 seconds is a lot of time. They only needed half of it. As now we have 7 seconds left and we are absolutely tied. Black Bunny pulls 2 goals out of the hat, and I'm gonna say we might have another overtime.
And it's looking that way unless Turtles and company can do something on this push. Hammer will have that out to the side. Vezix tries for a touch but can't get it. Well done on Black Bunny to be able to come back there. Unfortunate if you're a Protogen Rebellion fan, and that could have been it, but Vezix not able to get a touch on that ball. Now Turtles trying to push this one out. Protogen Rebellion seems like a must-win for them if they don't want to go up against match point early on. However, we've seen a pattern of teams just getting 2 wins so very quickly, one after the other. But you only have to think it might just be that sort of week going forward if Black Bunny wins this. Now Turtles trying to get a touch. It's going to go over to Vezix, who puts it wide. Heavenly will be the next to get this touch. But unfortunately for Heavenly, it's going to be Hammer with possession of this ball now. Still trying to play into the Black Bunny side. Kiki will be able to get up for this ball. Now past 1. No one else being able to push up though. And Vezix going to have to clear this off to the side. Turtles over to the corner, a minute into OT, and we are still tied here, but opportunity for Black Bunny on the wings here. Kiki has to put this up high, and Vezix gets a 50, goes straight to Hammer. Turtles has to get a touch. and we'll be able to clear this out midfield, and we continue on in OT.
And this might be dangerous here for Black Bunny, as a little bit of scrambling causes the rotations to be a little bit more awkward than they would have liked. But of course, as I say that, some nice demos come out. We gotta alleviate a little bit as this one bounces so awkwardly, but it's slightly off just a little bit. And Turtles, I'm sure, breathing a sigh of relief on that one. So the flashes of going to an even farther place in the desert were there as that shot went off to the side. And you have to think how well Protogen's been playing in this game compared to the last one. I feel a little bit confident, maybe hoping set themselves back to where they were in the beginning of the game and do what they were doing so well beforehand, and making the Black Bunny team a little bit more awkward on defense. And the first step of that is to win some of these midfield battles, but they just have not been able to do that so far in this overtime, as this one might be a little bit awkward. But luckily for Protogen, no one having boost there, at least Hammer not having boost there for Black Bunny Gaming. And great touch, this might be an awkward opportunity. Of course, it's Hammer will flop that one in, and 2:24 minutes into overtime, and Black Bunny takes game number 2.
And unfortunate for Protogen Rebellion there, as that game kind of stolen away from them at the last second. Just a couple of bad defensive mistakes leading to goals. And what do we say about Hammer? You give him the space, he's going to find the back of the net no matter what you do. You cannot be giving him that sort of opportunity if you're Protogen Rebellion, being up by 2 with so little time remaining. And now facing triple match point for Protogen Rebellion. You gotta wonder what they can do to make a comeback in this series. But we do know that Black Bunny, as good as they are, they also do somehow love going to Game 5 this season. And so, hope is not lost for Protogen Rebellion.
I definitely agree, and we saw glimpses of a Protogen team in that game 2 that has the ability to push the issue, but unfortunately they just kind of lost that, it felt like, a little bit, especially going into overtime. I felt like they kind of got a little bit ahead of themselves. They found themselves on the back foot way more often than I'm sure they would have liked. But again, this is a team with a lot of talent in Protogen Rebellion, so they need to reverse sweep at this point, but there's definitely the potential for that, and they should not keep their heads down for too long, as I'm sure this Protogen Rebellion team is chomping at the bit to have this chance at a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and if anybody could do it, it had to be the fan favorites of Protogen Rebellion. Static, Turtles, and Heavenly gonna do their best to keep this series going as long as possible. It all starts out in this game number 3. Can they find the momentum? They try right now, shot by Turtles. But it's gonna be put away by who else but Hammer. Keeping those stats high, to keep the top of those accolades, as he's been doing all season long. Now Hammer going to take a couple of touches on the ball. A little bit of extra space given to him by the defense. Might not necessarily be the best idea if you're on Protogen Rebellion. Turtles gonna get this past Hammer. It's up to Kiki now to keep this play going. Does get a good touch into the aggressive third. Pass down, and Kiki is going to get that ball in the back of the net. Kind of getting in the way of Vezix here for the shot. But I don't think Turtles has no boost, and he has to flip for that one. Unfortunately for him, not in the right spot. Now Black Bunny Gaming looking to sweep.
And that's one of those goals that you have to feel is a little bit aggravating. Thinking yourself, how does that one go in? But yeah, aggravating, but Turtles here absolutely non-phased by, or not phased, I said non-phased, not phased by it at all. It's a really nice shot into the net. There isn't really anyone there to cover. Unfortunately, a third man for Black Bunny is seemingly non-existent, but they find themselves tied here. Just like that, we have life here for this Protogen team. The daunting reverse sweep seemingly not getting to them too much, as they quickly equalize and found themselves back 1-1 just under 4 minutes.
Now Hammer going to have control of this ball. Tries to get another touch on it, not able to do so. Turtles will be up for this. And it goes over to Static. Static looks for the shot. Excellent save by Hammer off his own crossbar. to keep us tied in this game number 3. However, Demo on Vezix gonna be spawning back in. Perfect placement to get that save on the BBG goal line. Now, not the best flick, but able to move this one forward. Lots of respect being given from Protogen Rebellion once again. Heavenly off to the side. Hammer can't put that one on net. Vezix will be there. The shot is so... What an angle. That's all I can say. What an angle from Vezix there.
Gotta watch it come back again. Get the touch down, and Turtle's a little bit too pushed forward. No one there on that back post, and Bunny once again for what feels like consistently throughout this series find themselves back up in the lead, and one full lead though. And I swear every time, Faye, I think to myself, when a lot happens, there's a lot of time that's gone off the clock here. I look down or look up at the clock, and there's still 3 minutes left in the game. So 3 minutes left, only 1 goal game. That's a lot of time.
I have to agree there. It's lots of time for either of these teams, but when you're playing as good as Black Bunny is, you really got to put this to them. Now Turtle's going to try and do that. Hammer expecting the 50. Turtles ends up missing, and that's going to be a goal for Static. Very interesting coming out here. You can see Hammer trying for the 50, but Turtles faking it means an awkward touch for Hammer, and that's an open back line.
Exactly what you want to see from this team, and we find ourselves back equal 2-2 again. Potential for an overtime, I'm sure, is there, but your Protogen, I'm sure you'd love to win this one in regulation and get yourself a notch on the series. As it stands right now, it's a team that can score at any time. We've seen this Hammer Kiki duo be absolutely terrifying to deal with, and they need to, I think, find themselves an opening. Kiki once again pushing through, has a double opportunity and will score it. A fantastic shot from Kiki, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You do not want to give these two the opportunity to score that, and I think a little bit too late to jump for that one. Does not have the angle to deflect, and once again, Black Bunny up 1.
And Kiki doing such a good job. That was a very tough angle to get there. Meanwhile, Turtles not able to get a touch on that ball. Leaves it for Static. Static gets the reset, uses it on the ground as a wave dash. And that was a perfect setup for the 50 against Hammer. Well played by Static here. What mechanical brilliance coming up from him.
Yeah, this is a player that, bless my heart, has been playing a lot of ones recently. And if you ask anyone, I will tell you ones is the way to get some of these nice opportunity mechanics down, and Static bringing out the reset wave dash out into play, and I don't know, Fade, as Static puts another one, and we might have ourselves a barn burner.
It looks like we do indeed, Docky. As this one just goes long on the net, and nobody really expecting it from Black Bunny. Kiki tries to turn in, but comes off of the wall at a slight angle, and that puts that off to the side. Now, a bit of a fake kickoff coming out from Black Bunny. See if that works out in their favor here, as Vezix will gain control of this ball. Heavenly gets a touch, but it's not going to get to anybody else on the Protogen Rebellion side. And Static with another long clear, which it does seem that Black Bunny is not really well equipped for. That touch could have went anywhere. Hammer had to put it off his own back wall. That's very dangerous against the Protogen Rebellion team, who started to have a lot more offensive pressure than we've seen in the previous games so far. Now, a minute left. Down by 1, Black Bunny trying to look for an opportunity to get into the midfield. Hammer almost found it there, but dunked by Turtles. And Turtles and Static get a huge pinch. Now going up by 2 with 58 seconds left.
That's exactly what you want to see from this team. My goodness, popping on every opportunity that they have. Notices the little bit of an awkward dribble there from Hammer. You know, we talk about Turtles being able to, I think, know how to play against Hammer's playstyle. I think notices that little bit of awkwardness and immediately jumped on it. Got the nice corner read, and conversion was Static for that pinch, and that cushion at this point in this game with less than 45 seconds to go. has to feel a little bit good, especially as that save comes forward. That was a little bit awkward, but every single second that ticks off the clock here for Protogen, it's got to feel good for them, as now we hit under 30 seconds left. We still have that 2-goal lead there for Protogen.
Now Heavenly keeping possession here. A big flick. Static going for that one. A little eager to get another goal. Oh, that's going to be Heavenly with the touch, and Vezix is going to put that in the back of the net. 10 seconds left, and we've seen Black Bunny come back from a 1-goal deficit earlier in the series. Will they be able to do it again?
And they only needed 7 seconds last time. I have more than that now, so it's not impossible. If you're Protogen, that's got to be on the back of your mind. You let it happen last game. Do you let it happen again? We had 5 seconds. That one might roll its way in, and Heavenly says, no, it's not happening again. They get that 2-goal lead back again, and surely, I can't curse it this time, Fade. I think Protogen might take this one.
And 2 goals left to have, 4 seconds to do it. That's definitely going to be a tough task if you are anybody in this league, even Black Bunny Gaming. Time's going to tick down. No more time available, and Protogen Rebellion will get their first win in this series. We're going to have to see if they can do it once again, as they need to try and get to a Game 5 before they can have the series in their sights.
Yeah, and that's exactly the start that you need, right? Talking about a reverse sweep, talking about having to change your game plan up, and well, I think they did that. They showed lives of it in game 2, having a lot of defensive plays that cut down that really explosive offense. I mean, we're talking about a team that scored 7 goals and then only scored 3 the next, and were held to just 3. I think they might have scored 4 this one, but either way, they definitely were not the runaway team they were in that game 1. So if you're Protogen, you're kind of thinking about that, maybe going forward and saying, hey, you know, we're able to shut them down on defense. We're able to score a lot on offense. Momentum's got to feel good for them, but they still have a lot of work to do if they want to win the series.
Yeah, I have to agree there. Definitely a lot more work to be done, but this is a really good way to go at it to start. But a reverse sweep is never easy, no matter who you're playing against. And Black Bunny is definitely going to try and adapt to this newer play style to see if they can do this once again and take this in 4. And we're going to be going straight into game 4 here in just a second. A bit of a black screen, guys, but give us just a couple of seconds and I'm sure we'll be into the game. There we go. Just a little bit of NA production for your game number 4. It's all fine. It's normal here on RFDL. And now getting into game number 4, we're going to have to see what happens for Protogen Rebellion, or if Black Bunny can adapt to this new attacking style that Protogen has showcased in game 3. And less than a minute in, we're seeing it on the Protogen Rebellion corner. Static able to clear this one out. Hammer with 100 boost, you know that's scary, and Turtles will be there to shut them off very quickly. I think that's something we really are going to need to see for a comeback here, is just making sure Hammer gets the least amount of time on the ball as humanly possible from these guys. Will they be able to do it? We'll see. As Kiki gets a really good 50, another great 50, playing out the entirety of the defense, almost. The Turtles will have that out to the midfield, and we remain tied a minute in.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see, I think, some of the adjustments that Hammer has made in terms of trying to noticing that a lot of the Protogen counterattacks happen off of these longer, heavy clears, and I'm starting to see Hammer play a little bit more interception heavy, trying to maybe take some of those long clears and turn them into offense. And it's already been kind of a problem here for Protogen early on, but luckily for them, they have not been scored on yet, as might be an opportunity, but of course, Hammer back in defense, there's really no chance that one ends up in the back of the net. And find ourselves still equal here. Neither team wanting to make that first mistake, we've seen so heavily often in these game 4s. Almost feels like both teams revert to the first time they've ever played each other. Neither team wanting to be the first one to make a mistake, as a double commit comes through from Protogen. So there's been a mistake there, but luckily for them, that one's going to land in the corner there. Maybe too much that Black Bunny can do here, but game though, Fade bouncing back and forth. Not really too many opportunities for either team.
Now Turtles trying to take that off the sidewall. A little awkward in the positioning of their car there. And Heavenly, I think, getting bumped out from that play, but still able to get back to the ball without any other impediment. Now Vezix looking for a pass off the corner. Not going to be able to find anybody but Static. Static now over to the Black Bunny Gaming wall. Hammer is just going to take control of that. Bit of a double commit from I believe Heavenly and Turtles. And now a scramble back as a shot opportunity comes out for Black Bunny Gaming.
Demo
Will be put away by Turtles. And a demo to relieve some of that pressure. But it's not going to work out too well. Very close game so far. 0-0, 3 minutes in. Going in the last 2 minutes of this game, we might finally see a goal as it bounces off the side twice. And Vezix will be there to put in the first goal for Black Bunny.
That one's gotta hurt. Great shot from Kiki, just bounced. Static's there, but playing musical chairs trying to get to that one, and so hard to read when it bounces off not only one post, but both of them. I feel like we're running in circles, but the Protogen, that one's gotta hurt real bad. Down one with a minute 45, and so much of the game is gone. You haven't been able to score just yet, but they might have an opportunity to do so. Here it is, of course. As I say that, again, chaos occurs from both teams here, so there's no bias. They haven't been able to score up to this point, but as soon as Black Bunny opens the floodgates, Static puts one in, and just like that, we're back to equal.
And what a good shot by Static, actually hitting that one off Hammer, and Hammer's angle just allowing that to touch the back of the net. Well placed by them, but we're starting to get to that point, especially in this game where it's been so defensive-minded, that the next goal could be the golden goal to move us forward. We're going to have to see if Protogen can cause a Game 5 or if Black Bunny is going to be able to end the series here. Now Kiki, no touch coming out from them. Hammer will have just enough boost to get up to this ball, though. And Static, expecting a touch to come down, is going to miss this one. A bit of a double commit. Heavenly not in the best spot. Scrambling on the side of Protogen Rebellion as a minute rings out once again. Now Heavenly over to the corner. Only going to go as far as Hammer. Hammer pass to Vezix. Kiki look for the shot, but Turtles will be there to stop it. And Turtles does get this boost, but no ball possession as Hammer tries to move it forward. Now Turtles once again with the touch. Gonna go in front of the net. Kiki over to the side. 34 seconds, and both of these teams hungry for this next goal.
Yeah, and if you're Protogen, it's almost desperation, as I'm sure you would love to avoid another overtime, but you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, because and that long name of Hammerstein's 10's got to be a little bit scary for you when you're down to the last 10 seconds. You definitely do not want him on the ball here. And another name that you don't want is Kiki, as we've seen Kiki do a lot of more shooting in this series than we've seen from them, as this one's a little bit scary. Oh my goodness! And that one barely scrapes the ground, and we have overtime, but surely that would have been a goal if you had one more second.
And the bad thing about OT is that you got to play the OT, but the good thing about OT is your team still has a chance in this series. As you said, another second, and that would have been in the back of the net. Now Heavenly having to protect the back of the net himself. Turtles in a rough spot. That's going to be out wide. And Purrsion Rebellion getting away from stuff, but Kiki is quick to rectify their mistake and gets another goal for Black Bunny Gaming, this time for the series win.
My goodness, what a showing this series from Kiki. Has been playing absolutely unleashed, it feels like, and showing up exactly when they needed them to. Getting that overtime win or the overtime goal to not only win the game, like you said, but to win the series. And I don't know, every single week that passes, this Kiki Hammer duo is looking more and more terrifying, Fade.
I have to agree with you. They're looking so dominant right now. And Kiki maybe putting up an MVP worthy performance with that series. So many goals going out from their touches. So many saves on the back line as well. They were truly dominating on the field. And when you have Hammer on your team and you're able to get a result like that for yourself, that's saying a lot for you. So I think that this squad is looking very deadly. Unfortunately for them, due to X3 winning earlier, they're still not going to be able to take that top slot in the league play, but they are getting quite close, and they're staying even in record, and that's all they can hope for going into mid-season tournament. But guys, we have one more match for you guys all today, and it's going to be a good one. Come on back after the break, and we will be talking about our final match of the day, which, Docky, going to be OwOptic versus Claude 9. That one's going to be very interesting. We'll see you guys after the break.
Yeah.
For somebody to make memories in a make forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Rocket First Draft League for Week 10. I'm Eclectic Fades. With me is, as of always, Docky. How are we doing at the end of this day? It's been a long one, man.
It's been a lot of games, a lot of overtimes. So, been fun, but my goodness.
Yeah, these teams are really bringing their best, and we have 2 more teams at the end of the day to bring their best to the pitch. Guys, it's time for Cloud9 versus OwOptic Gaming. Me and Docky are just going to talk about this one for now before we get into the match. But 2 really great teams, Docky. I'm really excited to see what they can pull forward with today.
Yeah, man, me too. I'm open for a good game.
Yeah, me too. Let's just get straight into this. It's been a long day, and we just want to, get this final series done and dusted, and then go and relax for the rest of the night. So let's go ahead and talk about Cloud9. They're actually going to be bringing in a sub today, guys. And that sub is going to be no other than Yuki. The Fox Clan runback is happening. We're just adding a different third. Factual will be there as our defensive line. And of course, me, Fades, 5th in demos per game. I'm so good at this game, apparently, that I can show up on the demos leaderboard, even though Static also was 5th in demos, so I don't know how that happened. But yeah, then we also have Yuki, so I'm excited to see what this team can do.
Yeah, you said the Fox Clan runback. I call this a tactical sub. It's Yuki, my teammate, okay? Someone that knows my playstyle really well, knows how to counteract how I play, so yeah, this is a purely tactical move here from Cloud9, but we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, tactical is exactly what I was thinking when I got Yuki. I was like, let's find someone that knows exactly how Docky's gonna play and shut them down. Totally didn't ask Infernal to play before I knew he was getting picked up by Dignipaws. Totally didn't forget that Yuki was a free agent. These things happen. But
these are all lies, people, by the way. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I lie all the time. That's just a cat thing. You know how it goes. Anyway, they do have a strong opponent to face today, and that is going to be OwOptic Gaming, who, they're a really good team, really well played in the season so far. Gala, Docky, and T-Park all showing up for this team. They've been doing really well, I would say. Not necessarily getting the best results that they would like, but they have been keeping the games really competitive and really close.
Go team.
Go team is right. I mean, you got T-Park in there, who's also popping off on the demos. You've got Gala, who's really been popping off on the shots and goals for your team. And then you've also got Docky, who's been that all-around player, who has been really the backbone of OwOptic Gaming so far. We're going to have to see which team can take the other down today. And I mean, it's going to be weird. We finally are getting to the end of the caster matchups with this week for this part of the league. So we're going to have to see when we all play each other in the next one. But I'm excited for this one, Docky. I hope you are too. Let's see what the rest of the crew had to say about the match and who it's going to go to. I didn't get to predict. Arrow got to predict this one, and he said Game 5 to Cloud9, and Fire also said Game 5 to OwOptic, though, and they said in OT, so a split on the desk. And as I said, guys, we all have had a long day. We all just want to get this going, so I'm going to go ahead and pass this on over to the other casters waiting on the side, and we're going to get this final match underway, guys. It's the final one, caster match, final caster matchup of the half of league play. Who's going to take it? Will it be me or will it be Docky for our respective teams? Other casters, take it away. Wait, what do you mean there aren't other Okay, I guess it's just us, Docky. I guess we're the last ones here. We're the only ones left. Everybody else is sick or busy, so I guess we're casting this one for you guys. And we see an excellent touch coming out from Cloud9 to start us off. Fades immediately up for that ball. Gets put away by the defense, but not too far. T-Park is going to get this cleared out, and Yuki missing the ball. That's definitely why I brought them onto this team. But we'll see Docky move forward. Good try from him, but not able to quite make it so far. And so far, nothing threatening from either team, Docky.
You know, and it's crazy to think that up until this point in the league, we have not had to cast our own match. And somehow the first time it's happened, me and you both end up in this exact position where we both have to. You see that Docky fella unable to put that one away. It's unfortunate for him. I hope he doesn't get too upset about that one. But you know, early on though, both of these teams figuring each other out. We've seen so much early on in these series so far. Is neither team really looking too dangerous. Trying to figure out exactly where the cracks are on both teams' defense.
Now Gala getting a really good touch off to the side, keeping possession of that, but Fade is going to put it up high. Factual, excellent 50, but no one going to be there on the Claude 9 offense to be able to put that forward. Yuki has to stay back as T-Park running forward with that ball, but no boost in the tank. They can't really take it too far. Fade over to the corner, loving that corner, but not really seeing any success. The guy expecting to do the same thing about 5 more times before he gets the message. Now, Factual Data gonna be challenging for this ball. Gets past T-Park. Docky will be there for the save. And now it goes back to Yuki. A lot of 50s happening in the midfield, but nothing really going on in these attacking thirds so far.
There might be a shooting opportunity there, but that one's a little bit too high. Unfortunately, accurate. I'm sure whoever that was would have given that would have liked, but for both teams, or luckily for this OwOptic team, they found themselves not down. Even though that one didn't go in for them, still are not down one, but this one might be an opportunity here for them. Unfortunately, that one is a little bit wide there from, I think, believe that was Gala. And again, though, a lot of offense there from this team. As Cloud 9 looks a little bit awkward on the defense so early on in this one.
Now Docky with possession, gets it past one. Factual will put that off, but Gala with an immediate shot. And that's going to be the first goal for OwOptic Gaming in this game.
Dribble past one from someone there, and let's do a nice little open net opportunity from Gala, and that goal lead that we like to see. That's the first crack in the armor from either team, as just over 2 minutes left. We find ourselves 1-0 for OwOptic Gaming. We'll have to see though if that momentum carries itself forward going into this game, but as it stands, maybe a little bit more offense from Cloud 9 is offense just not really clicking for them so far in this one.
Yeah, and I gotta make mention of that little thing I saw from Yuki there in the party chat. They said they're gonna do something to you, Docky. I think they have plans for RFDL After Dark, but anyway, that's later on. Right now, we're focused on the game. Now, Fade getting a really good 50, but it's only gonna go as far as T-Park. Fade will get it past, but past to no one except the other team. When will he learn that booming the ball down the field is not always the best move? Gala gonna take possession. Going up for this, trying to take it down low. It's gonna ping off the bar, and T-Park will be there to follow that up, and an excellent second goal from OwOptic.
And just a great play there from these two. Doing that a little bit more recently with the passing plays here. This OwOptic team is kind of known for that. That's kind of been their play style until this point. Going for some more passing plays and the solo plays, and that's working out well for them early on, but that's such a hard thing to do if the other team counteracts it. So to see if Cloud 9 is able to get a counter here going, but not what you want to see there from Cloud 9 is a little bit of a misplay will lead to an open net, and I don't know who that is, but whoever that is has an open net there.
Well, one goal for every player on OwOptic Gaming is exactly how you want to see them start if you are a fan of the team. Meanwhile, for Cloud 9, just a little bit too many mistakes in this first game. 3-goal deficit now with 45 seconds left. That's going to be very tough for this team to come back from. Now Yuki going to try and find a shot. He gets the demo on Gala, but no shot to come forward from the rest of the team. Now Yuki trying to play that out to the back, off the backboard. It's an excellent touch over by T-Park to keep that free, and another goal, or another demo, should I say. But Yuki, what a touch was that? That was crucial to keep it out of the net, as much as close as I was getting. 10 seconds left. OwOptic looking like they're in the driver's seat for this match.
Unfortunately, I do not believe that 3 seconds is enough to come down 3-0. That one will touch the ground. It does, and OwOptic Gaming taking that first one, and we'll have to see if a counter to that more passing style play style comes through. It's not entirely possible to counteract, but Cloud9 will have to, I think, start conversion on some of their own passing plays, but they definitely have the potential to do so.
For sure, and you're seeing some really good plays by OwOptic to start out, some really good passes, a lot of aggressiveness from Cloud9, which are leading to some of these goal lines being a little bit more open than they would like. And some really good bumps as well coming out from OwOptic, allowing for 3 quick goals in succession to take that game number 1. Now Cloud9 gonna have to play from behind, trying to tie this one up. And this is a place that we've seen Cloud9 in a lot, but I don't think that we've... I think that they usually have a good chance at coming back, if I do say so myself. And Daki, I will also say, not only is this the first time this season that we've had casters casting their own match, but this is the first time in RFDL history that I've ever had a caster other than myself casting for their match, which is kind of insane that had to happen today due to just the circumstances of everybody's schedules and sickness and stuff. Once again, get better, Fire Streak. Get us away from having to do this again. But we will continue on in game number 2. You can see a bit of a card change by Fades. He switched over to that Dominus. Must not have been feeling the Fennec in that game number 1. And usually on the Dominus, Fades is a little bit better at this game. You know, you can only be so good when you're trash. But you know who isn't trash? Factual Data. He's going to score the first one for Cloud9 here.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say get good, as in like get good skill issues, Fire. But yes, I agree. Play a little bit of cat and mouse. So we'll call this one. This cast. But yes, definitely the Dominus change for Fade seemingly working, but Factual seemingly absolutely turning it up here as we get another really good shot here off of a fantastic pass from Yuki. Cloud9 finds themselves up 2 very quickly. They were not able to score at all in the prior game, and all of a sudden they find themselves up 2. So seemingly turning it up a notch here. I said they needed to connect on some of these passing plays, and man, they definitely have done a good job of doing that.
I will say that pass from Yuki definitely would have been in, but Factual just wanting to make sure that they got the credit for that. And that's what they told me in confidence after the match. Wanted that goal. But Fades not going to be left alone here, gonna get a goal of their own off another pass from Yuki. And it seems like Yuki being the playmaker really quickly in this game number 2. Less than a minute gone and 3 goals for Cloud9.
Unfortunate miss off the backboard. You kind of have to make that play there if you're out in the position. Does not go the way. Might be a scoring opportunity though, and well, a missed play on defense, but this is the best way to make up for it, is you get an immediate shooting opportunity on the kickoff and basically wipe that one off the board.
And I can't tell if Yuki was going for a bump there or they were trying to pull a melon and go for boost, but they were able to get no touch on either the ball or the player, and Gala actually has a really nice slot into the back of the Cloud9 net. Gala been doing so much for the team, able to put in some of those much needed critical goals. Now T-Park getting bumped off this play by the defense. Daki trying to move this forward. Factual is going to have the save. It's going to bounce out to Gala again, puts it high. It's another opportunity. Daki kind of whiffing in the air there. Now Yuki, pass 1, Factual with the shot. No, it's Fades actually, and the double tap is going to go in. I forgot this goal existed.
if I call this one a double. I mean,
That's a double.
kind of one. That's kind of, you know what? I'll give it to you. Great shot opportunity. Misplay there defensively, and yeah, kind of stemming off of a misplay there on the offensive from OwOptic game, and they probably should have scored that one prior, but unfortunately for them, that one did not go their way, and well, it ends up being a 2-point swing. We'll put them down 3, and this one will put them down 4. Gotta feel bad for this team, as unfortunately this one just goes high, and again, another backboard misread. That's the second time that's happened in this series, and it's gotta be tilting, I think, a little bit for this OwOptic team, as they're now down 4 with, down 4 with just over 3 minutes left, and you see a server reset called for. We'll see if that makes any changes here going forward, but Cloud9 looking like a completely different team than they looked in game 1.
Now Fade looking for the shot, trying to get it past the defense. Yuki might have had a better touch there. Fade just worried about padding that stat line. Already has the hat trick. Now they want more. But unfortunately, it's just going to lead to another goal by who else but Gala. Been trying to really put this team on their back in this game. Fade's just not having the best touch there. Out to the middle, and Gala in the perfect position to put that into the back of the net. And once again, down by 3, but we've seen so many times today that teams can come back from the lowest of margins, or the highest of margins, should I say. And OwOptic might be able to do so here. Now Daki, no touch. Gotta wonder if this man had his morning coffee. As D-Park will now have to take this. The ball in front of the net. Fades, misses, but Factual won't. And that's going to be a hat trick for Factual Data.
Oh, the pain. Just to go for the one shot. Fades. That was a whiff or a fake. I'm going to assume it was a whiff. It accidentally worked itself out to be a fake. That will leave a open goal opportunity for Cloud9, and at this point they just have so much momentum going forward. You have to think that it's a really tough task to come back from this one, as another miss off of the backboard will lead to a 7th goal for Cloud9, and they might be running away with this one.
And I mean, you have to respect the shot there if you're Gala. You have to expect that to go crossbar down. Unfortunately, it goes crossbar out, and that just means that Factual has an open net. 4th goal on this one. Will they be able to get another one? Going into it, it might be possible as Yuki gets this over to the side. Now Gala getting past Fade. Pretty easy to do that. Now Yuki keeps it alive. Fade missing. Go figure. That's going to be Factual's ball to go for now, but Fades is going to have to pick this up as Factual doesn't have any boost. Yuki playing this up off of their own back corner, or back top corner. I don't know what to call it. Gala trying for the save. Excellent save coming out from Gala there. We continue on. 1:30 left. And OwOptic Gaming down by 5. Need to find a comeback soon.
Yeah, just not able to push forward. We've seen some heavy touches coming out from OwOptic Gaming. Makes it a little bit difficult, but someone's got to feel a little bit good as T-Bar gets a nice little dunk in. And a minute 18, they're down with 4. It's not impossible, but I said dunk. That wasn't even the dunk. I think that was just a fake there from Gala. Someone just ricochets out the sidewall and floats itself in, and not too bad. You know, you're down 4. It's definitely difficult to come back from, but at least you got some momentum, I think, going into the next game.
Now Yuki trying to play that down off of Daki, does so, but no one from the Cloud9 attack is able to push forward fast enough for that. Factual getting past 1. Fade with the bump. Factual past 2, but Daki will be in the back line, able to save this one. Fade is going to hit this up high, missing the ball once again. Needs to stop doing that. Factual will be able to get up for this one. Yuki to follow up on the 50. Gala, not a lot of boost. They're just going to have to play this back. Factual looking for the slot. It's off the post and in once again. 5 goals off of 6 shots for Factual Data today.
Oh my goodness, what a beat. Round 1, round 2, but just unfortunately just run that third man last, and yeah, Factual absolutely popping off this game. Did not like getting shut out in game one, and is absolutely showing it here in the second game here as completely popped off. And you're a fan of Football Season 0, fan of Factual. You love to see Factual having this kind of more offensive heavy playstyle. I haven't really seen from her lately, so love to see it.
Yeah, I think this is the most offense we've seen from Factual throughout the entire season so far. And he's doing a really good job of keeping up the pressure. Yuki also doing well in the assist, as well as is the entire team of Cloud9, as every single goal scored in this game has been assisted. You can see that they are doing really well to pass this ball to one another, and it's really messing with OwOptic in this game too. But now we're all tied up, Docky, and it becomes a best of 3.
Yeah, it does. And my goodness, what a momentum swing that one was. I'm sure for the players playing this game, whoever those players are, I've got to feel a little bit on their minds of, you definitely do not want to give, you won the first match for OwOptic, you don't want to give that momentum so heavily to Cloud9 that it's hard to get that back. But if you're Cloud9, you definitely do not want to give momentum away to OwOptic. So, you got one game to do it. You gotta set the tone here. As you said, it's the best of 3 now. Both teams equal, so yeah, both teams kind of trying to set the tone here on this next one.
And I think this is as close as a match has been so far today, with games going 1-1. Usually it's been either full sweeps or one team taking the first 2 games. So we have a real series on our hands. We're gonna have to see if that can continue on, or if one team is just going to outpressure the other. We've had games 3s and games 4s, but no game 5s yet. But now for OwOptic, they're gonna have to figure out how to get through this Cloud9 attacking pressure. Cloud9 done so well for in game number 2. Now going into game number 3. Also ignore the map, guys, as NA production has its value sometimes. This was not in a place where it was valued. This was just a general mess up. But we are on game number 3, not game number 2 like you would usually assume. But you know what is going to be there? Not a shot by Factual, as he skies that. And that's tough for Cloud9 to start off here. Meanwhile, for OwOptic, should be able to try and find a counterattack, but no one going to be in the right position for this. Yuki trying to get it over Docky. Excellent save by Docky, but fades in for the shot, and it's going to go to the back of the net. Cloud9 up by 1 to start off game 3.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate opening there from OwOptic to save, but fortunately that just leads to a immediate second shot, and momentum is a big deal in some of these series, and giving up as many goals as you did in game 2, you definitely don't want to be giving up the early goal here, and that one's gotta hurt. Again, the way to stop the bleeding is to score immediately afterwards, and T-Bird does exactly that, and we're all even.
It's a really good pass by Gala there, making sure to stay in the back of the net so they don't accidentally come out and touch that ball on the way in. And T-Park doing really well to be able to put that shot on net. And as you said, that is what OwOptic wants. They want a quick comeback to make this series as close as possible, because they have been finding chances. It's just in that game number 2, the onslaught of shots from Cloud9 were just a bit too much to handle. Now, Gala trying to pass out, but I think I saw a bit of a double commit there. Docky was also going for that ball, and Yuki will take advantage of the double commit, leading to a good goal. Factual shoots that right onto T-Park, and then gets the demo, but not in time before T-Park gets a touch out.
Well, just like that, it goes back to Cloud9, and like you said, it's an unfortunate play there on the side of OwOptic Gaming. There was an opportunity there, just the miscommunication there unfortunately led to that one going wayward. Yeah, it's only a 1-point game, so definitely not the end of the world. It might get an opportunity there, but that one goes all the way to the side, and we'll have to stall from there as maybe a good opportunity presents itself, but unfortunately for them, it's a little bit too heavy. Doesn't have the opportunity, and Factual once again doing such a good job of shutting down a lot of these midfield plays.
Continuing on, ball bouncing high off of that ceiling. Factual with possession, but Gala will be there to clear it. Fades, puts it straight back down into the attacking third, but T-Park will be the first one to it. Now Gala getting in Yuki's way. What a redirect coming out, but a little bit far to the side. Hadaki in for the shot, blocked by Yuki this time. Fades, no touch on the ball. Daki with the shot. Yuki, an incredible save to keep the lead for Cloud9. With half the game remaining, OwOptic looking more and more dangerous with every passing shot.
You have to think that maybe an opportunity is right around the corner for them, but unfortunately right around the corner is a little bit too far away for them, as looking for what feels like quickly, because all these opportunities being shut down for them, as there is the passing opportunity for them, but once again being a nuisance on the defensive line will send that one far away, and once the game has to start from square one again. That'd be frustrating for them to deal with this. If they are down one, it's a lot of time, but every second that kicks away makes things more difficult for them, and a goal like that going in, Ecliptic Fade's making a nice shot after a pass from Fade pass 2, and man, passing plays from Cloud9.
They are seeming to be very effective against this OwOptic gaming squad. We'll have to see if Cloud9 can continue to use that, or if OwOptic will start cutting down those passing lanes a little bit more. As a shot is going to go in. Excellent pass from T-Park to Gala. Gala, they're really good at putting that right where they need to most of the time. Their accuracy has been very nice during this last match. We'll have to see if that continues on, as once again, only a 1-goal game. But they're going to need another shot like that to go in the back of the net to get tied here. And this game could be so important for a team to go ahead to match point. See who's going to be. Yuki, able to get this save. Factual, just playing that patient. Rocky, however, getting the 50, and Factual, a little bit of a team bump. Gonna leave his teammates stranded there. Yuki going to play that one aggressive. Keep it out of the hands of any OwOptic gaming attacking member. Now another double commit. Fade trying to get straight down to Yuki there for the pass. Not gonna be able to find it. This ball going dangerously close to the net, but Yuki will be able to keep that at bay. And we continue on, less than a minute left. OwOptic down by 1. Yuki looking for the play, gets the flip reset, not able to use it though. We're going to remain at that 1-goal scoreline.
There's been some opportunities for both teams here, but allowing the ball to go nowhere near the net. And if you're Cloud9, you're happy to see that. You don't need that goal. You are up 1. That one might make things difficult. That might roll all the way in. It does, and Fade, it's been a while since we've seen a goal. That one might as well steal this one away. Of course, 30 seconds is quite a bit of time, but a 2-goal lead buffer for Cloud9. It's got to feel really comfortable for them going into this one. And now it's just an unfortunate pinch out, goes all the way down, and Cloud9 up 2.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, but a aggressive attack like this might be exactly what they need. Unfortunately, Yuki will be there to put it away. Now, time ticking down. T-Park not going to be able to find a good touch on the ball. Pass to Factual. Factual puts it over to the side. Fade is there for the shot. And that will be the final nail in the coffin for this game. Looks like Cloud9 going to be going to match point here.
And what a great passing play. Factual gets a really nice touch forward, and no one there to really get there in time. Unfortunately, Docky going all the way around for Booth. What was he thinking? Fortunately for them, though, not a lot of time. I don't think it necessarily would have mattered either way. And looks like Cloud9 taking this one, going to match point. And what a turnaround from this team.
Yeah, they had a very rough game number 1, and then games 2 and 3, they've come out and outscored by quite a bit on OwOptic Gaming. I believe by 8 goals right now. And for OwOptic Gaming, they're just going to have to figure out how to get through this offensive pressure from Cloud9. They did a much better job of it in Game 3, but there's still a couple of cracks that they're going to need to close in order to get this to a Game 5. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out here after these replays, as Cloud9 just keeps showing what has been working, and what's been working for them is passing plays. They've been doing that so well this entire series, and if they can keep that going, I think that they could take this series in 4, but if you're OwOptic Gaming, you just have to cut off those lanes as much as possible going into this game number 4.
I have to agree. Alright. We're going to a game number 4. Let's pick on the table here. Fresh start. Both teams having a chance to, I think, recoup and find that baseline and throw up if you're trying to get back to that game 1 performance where you were not allowing any of those passing lanes, and see if they're able to execute on that. But here we go. We got ourselves a game 4 on the table. Trying to push for that game 5. I'd love to see one today. We will have to see though if that does happen.
Now starting off the kickoff. Gonna be back on our normal rotation of maps. Back in Forbidden Temple for this game number 4. T-Park gonna be going over to the corner. Not able to get past Yuki and Fade, who both double commit there. Now Gala puts it up high. That could be promising for the OwOptic Gaming side, but Daki not really able to do much with that one. Now going up. Long clear downfield. Gala is going to have to play defensively here. Daki now rushing to the touch. Yuki with the shot, but it's going to be out to the side. And if you're Cloud9, you might want that one back.
I had an opportunity there, but not really in quite shooting position, as the infield was a little bit covered, but ammo might help alleviate things. Unfortunately for OwOptic Gaming, though, no one there to really put too hard or too difficult of a shot on the net. Of course, this one might be a little bit difficult, especially with a miss like that coming through from Daki, but luckily for them, I'm going to bring up the crossbar, and we still are at 0-0. And it might be the case that we're kind of going back to that game 1, although Cloud9 definitely looking strong on offense, but still not able to get a goal out of it.
Now Daki with an opportunity, stopped this time by Phage. Gala been doing so well at slotting these shots, and they do so once again over to the side. And that's not an easy angle for you to get if you're Gala. You have to be really careful not to hit that sidewall while going so close to the left side of the net. Does that really well. OwOptic Gaming will take the first goal of game number 4, and this could be good for them. Unfortunately for Cloud9, that crossbar ping by Factual Data might haunt them for a little bit in this game. Not going to want to repeat that. Now Factual, as I speak of them, a little bit awkward on the side there. Pass from Phage, trying to come out, but OwOptic doing as we asked them to, trying to cut down those passing lanes as much as possible. Now, Gala able to get this one past Factual. Gala with possession. Up against Spades. Spades has it off to the side. And Daki will keep this one in the attacking third, but no one from OwOptic able to move forward. Now T-Park looking for the double tap. Fade will have it off to the side. Daki continuing on the pressure, and OwOptic is doing such a good job at maintaining this pressure into the Cloud9 corner, really making them a bit more awkward than they'd like to be. Gala going to keep this one safe on the green side of the field. Half the game remaining, and Cloud9 need to find one.
Kind of a repeat of the last game, but just in the other way around, and that one goal lead, and seemingly all either team is able to get, as that's some opportunities from both teams, just not able to connect any of them. As I say that, another ping will ring out, and almost to that point of just not being able to put that one forward, but luckily for OwOptic Gaming, they are up 1, so it's not necessarily important that they do score that extra goal, but on 9 though, they definitely want to win this one, I think, here in 4, but they wanted to get, I think, a little bit more momentum here on offense to kind of slow down, not quite allowing themselves to have more opportunities, or at least as many opportunities as they'd like. They've had a few, but And stuck kind of in the midfield for the majority of this one.
A good save by T-Park there. Without going straight to the back of the net. The defensive line for OwOptic Gaming does seem a little bit more solid in this game forward than they did in the previous 2 games. A lot more controlled, a lot less panicky. And they're doing really well at cutting off any sort of offensive attack that comes on. This time, T-Park taking a shot on net, stopped by FaZe. Another shot from Docky, this time stopped by Factual Data. But Cloud9 gonna need a little bit more than just saves. They're gonna need to find a goal here. And now, unfortunately, a little bit of an overcommit on the defense from Cloud9, and OwOptic Gaming going to get their second goal.
Not really sure what happened there. It might have been almost trying to take that one slow. I think that was Yuki there trying to slow play that, but a miscommunication there at the side of Cloud9 will allow that second goal to go in, and with how low the scoring has been, that might just do it here for this one, but 50 seconds is a lot of time. By no means is this anywhere near over. Goal might come through there. Maybe still opportunity here for the side of OwOptic Gaming, but this is done very well to get sent away, and might have a counterattack on our hands here, but unfortunate misflip, and that one will get sent back, and every single second ticking off the clock here means that we are that much closer to a game 5.
T-Park trying to keep possession for OwOptic. Good bump by Gala on Yuki, keeping them away from the play. A huge pinch from Fades, but no one going to be around to actually get that. Who's supposed to read a pinch like that either way? Now Yuki trying to find some momentum for Cloud9, but it looks like we are going to indeed be going to a game number 5 as Gala gets the final save here. As the ball touches the ground, OwOptic gets their second victory, and for the first time today, Docky, we go to a game 5. And would you have expected anything else from these 2 teams playing against each other?
What's the meme? Fine, I'll do it myself. You know, when I ask for game 5s, you just got to make them. And yeah, like I said, these 2 teams, you know, very well. I think played from both teams, a lot of talent. Obviously, Cloud9 is a very good team. They've been playing very well, and especially with that Yuki person coming in. I don't know much of them. I have never played much with them, but I've heard that they're very good, and we'll have to see, you know, going into game 5 what the momentum lies. But like you were saying, a lot of talent on both teams. We might have a good game 5 on our hands, hopefully. And yes, first game 5 of the day, and you love to see it.
Yeah, but this is also very scary for OwOptic because game 5, as for these 2 teams, majority of game 5s have been going the way of Cloud9 recently. Meanwhile, on the other side, a majority of game 5s have been going against OwOptic. So we're going to have to see if they can reverse their fate here in this game number 5. But we'll have to see exactly what they bring to the table here as we get into this. Any second now, game 5 will be prepped and ready to begin, guys. But you got to give credit to OwOptic Gaming in that game number 4. Really kept the pressure down from Cloud9, and as we get into this game 5, that's exactly what they're going to look to do once again. As we go to Champions Field for the first time this week, and the only time this week as well. We'll see who can take this match. Now, pass out to Docky. Docky heads it over to the corner. Gala going to take the possession here. Puts it over to the side. T-Park there for the save. Gala with the shot, but it's pinched off to the side by, I believe, Yuki. And Yuki, a bit of a card change here. Playing in whatever card that is, I'm not sure. But it doesn't matter what card they're playing in because there's a goal. And Yuki starts off the goals for Cloud9.
Unfortunate 50. But too antsy there. That one just pinches directly into the net and no one's back for it. It's only 30 seconds though. By no means is that the end of the world. More than enough time, I think, to equalize this one, but one's got to hurt, I think, going in early.
And Yuki with the save on Docky's shot there. Gala gonna try and take this one slow. Takes it down towards the bottom of the net, and Fade will be there to keep this out. Now Yuki up so quickly against the defensive line, just wanting to put as much pressure in as they can. Now Gala trying to pass it over to T-Park. T-Park not able to get back in time. Now Docky with the shot. It's gonna be up high once again. Docky gonna want to take control of this. And just the offensive aggression from Cloud9 being a bit too hard to handle on that rotation through. Now Fade looking for a quick dunk again. As it just seems Cloud9 is everywhere on this field to immediately go for any sort of 50 that's needed. Now Gala up for the save. Doesn't need to get it as it dings off the post. Docky trying to find a pass out. No boost. We'll put this up towards midfield, but Fade will be able to put this off to the side. We continue on. 3:12 remaining. Very close game. Only one goal separating these teams. As close as you would like in this game number 5.
And definitely it feels like a little momentum here is swinging here for the Squad 9 team. There's been some opportunities for OwOptic, but it never felt like it was too stressful. It hasn't at this point. Of course, as you were saying, just under 3 minutes. That's basically most of the game. You got tons of time. No need to stress out, and there might be an opportunity there, but there's a miscommunication breakdown for OwOptic. No one there to really take control of that shooting opportunity, and that one will cause them to start from square one all over again. But yeah, no, they still have 2.5 minutes. That's quite a bit of time. No need to stress just yet, as you're only down 1. Game 5 continues to be, might be a very close game if it continues at the pace it's been continuing. Scoring continuing to be very low, but we'll have to see if that changes anytime soon, as there might be a scoring opportunity for Cloud9, and of course, as I said, there it is, and Factual will put them up 2, just over 2 minutes left.
A good pass from Fade out to Factual, and it seems like those passing lanes are starting to become a little bit more open again. And that's only good news if you're a Cloud9 fan. OwOptic gonna have to try and shut that down. Now Docky going to have possession of this ball. Can't get the touch though. That's gonna allow Factual to come forward. Now Docky trying for another touch. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much on this back line. Now T-Park going to have to look for a save here. Docky trying to find a 50. Gala can try and find a shot out, but nothing being found for the OwOptic side. Factual will be there, and Docky demoed again by Fade, something that we've seen multiple times in this match, and it's going to lead to another goal. Cloud9 up by 3.
Well, it seems like Fade might have an agenda here in this one. It's hard to say. That's what feels like the 30th demo on Docky from Fade comes through, and what else is coming through is that third goal for Cloud9 as they find themselves up 3. Just under 1.5 minutes left, and that one's got to feel good for this Cloud9 team as they find themselves in a pretty comfortable lead here. Not very much time left to go.
Docky trying for a shot. Now going to have one to the corner, but it's going to be Factual able to get up to that. Yuki has an open net available. Gala will be there for the save. A bit of a double commit coming out from Fade and Factual there. Fade going to have to take this ball slow. But with 60 seconds left and 3 goals to find, it's going to be tough for OwOptic Gaming here. Now T-Park going to try for a shot. Gala keeping this in the attacking third of Cloud9. Docky a little bit too far up, having to get back to the net. Now Docky trying to play that out, but Yuki just up so fast for every opportunity that Docky has on the ball. Now, once again, Docky trying to get a pass out, but not a lot of boost. And this time keeps ticking down. Another shot coming out for Cloud9. With only a couple of seconds left. I think Cloud9 might have this in the bag.
Definitely not a lot of time left in this game, and 3-goal lead is a little bit insurmountable as yet another one finds itself falling into the net, and for the lead for Cloud9. 12 seconds left. I don't know about you, Fade, but I think this one might be over.
Just might be. It looks like Cloud9 able to do what they've done time and time again. Take it to a game 5 and try to find a victory off of it. Will Fade find a goal here? No, it doesn't look like it, but Yuki might be able to. Still up in the air, but it's all just a formality at this point. Ball bouncing high. Factual with the shot. And with that, guys, that is going to be the match. Cloud9 going to be taking that one in 5 games. OwOptic Gaming played a really good match, but unfortunately just not able to find it in the end.
Going to need a tune-up.
And not too much to say on that after for the after match. It was a great match from me and Docky, and both of our teams played really well. Just goes down to that game 5, and I think we just had a little bit more momentum. But it was well played by both teams, and I have been told by production that I'm supposed to say Skied Part 7 for Docky.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, buddy.
But yeah, no, it was a great match, Docky, and well played to you guys.
GG's. Who said Sky Part 7? Who said that?
Me. That was me.
Oh,
I was
okay.
production. My bad. But yeah, guys, that is going to be it for that match, and that is also the end of League Play for this week. And we already finding out we are already finding out the results of where the leaderboard is at the end of the day, and we might as well show it to you guys. So let's see what the leaderboard is saying going into week number 10. Ignore the week 8 up there because I forget to change these things. But X3 Tactics and Black Bunny still in the top. Big Dragon Squad in 3rd, and Cloud9 taking 4th place here. Top 4 for them is pretty nice. 5th place is Fox Clan. 6th place is Purrsion 1. Dignipaws now in 7th. And that entire 5th through 7th is tied in record as well. So that's going to be very interesting going into the next week. Then Dignipaws, LumiMawcity, OwOptic, and Protogen all tied for that 8th place spot with records. All of it coming down to game differential at this point. And then down at the bottom, it's going to be Twisted Tails 1 and 9. They are going to be there for mid-season for sure. Meanwhile, we still have races at the top and in the middle. Nobody knows who's going to be first seed, whether that's going to be X3 Tactics or Black Bunny Gaming, but they are for sure getting into that bye round. Meanwhile, Big Dragon Squad and Cloud9 still need to win this next week to guarantee a bye in the next round. So, still going to be pressure for both of these teams going into it. But what do you think of the leaderboard so far in this week 10, Docky?
Yeah, it's good. I think this shows how crazy close everyone is, how much movement there is, right? And that anyone can end up anywhere. So yeah, it's good for the league. You know, a lot of teams have lost a lot of games, but that should be exciting, I think, for everyone, just in terms of, you know, how close the league is.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that next week we have some just as exciting games as well. And as I said, for a lot of these teams, these wins are going to be crucial going into week 11. And let's talk about some of the matches going into next week, Docky, because as I said, there are going to be some really exciting ones in the matches for week 11 to end off this half of league play. We've got LumiMawcity versus Fox Clan, X3 Tactics versus Dignipaws, OwOptic versus Dignipaws, Protogen Rebellion versus Cloud9, Purrsion 1 versus Black Bunny Gaming, and Twisted Tails playing against Big Dragon Squad to end off league play. It's going to be very, very exciting going into this next week. What match out of those 6 are you most excited for?
All of them. Give me game 5s. Give me game 5s. That's all I can ask for. There's more of those.
I had to agree. Game 5s would be amazing to see going into the final week before the mid-season tournament. And once again, this next week gonna mean so much as crew battle formats are really going to switch up how these teams are playing, and it's gonna be very exciting to see where any of these guys are. But I have been covered up by a fire streak. Fire. Hello? Oh, he's gone now. He's gone. I guess he just wanted to pop in and have a cameo for a second. But I mean, I'm sure if he does it again, he won't be seen this time. But you know, we'll see. I don't think he has anything to say. He's still a sick guy. I hope he gets better soon. But in particular, if I can't count my own match, the match that I'm looking forward to the most would probably have to be Purrsion 1 Black Bunny Gaming, because I do have to say, if I see any team upsetting Black Bunny Gaming, it would be Purrsion 1. X3 Tactics and Dignipaws are also going to be really good. Both of those matches are going to determine who is the top seed. If X3 Tactics win their match in anything, I believe, I believe if I'm looking at the standings right, it's a 4-game difference. So as long as they win, I think it doesn't matter. I think the most that Black Bunny could do is tie if they sweep and X3 wins in a game 5. And then it would go to goal differential, which, funny enough, there's only 1 goal differential between both these teams. So it's really going to be down to the wire on that first seed. Meanwhile, Big Dragon Squad and Cloud9 both going to have to play for their right to have a bye in the first round as well. And Fox Clan, Purrsion 1, Dignipaws, they're all going to be on the heels of these two teams, trying to get ahead of them any way possible. I don't believe we have any teams that are up there playing against any of these lower teams. Let's see. I play against Protogen, and Big Dragon Squad plays against Twisted Tails. So it's really going to depend on how Fox Clan, Purrsion 1, and Dignipaws do throughout the next week to see where this top 4 is going to be. But I am super excited for that, and I hope you guys are too. But yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, we have one more week of League play before the mid-season tournament, and the extra exciting factor of that is after next week, we will be able to see our matchups for the next half of League play as well. And so that's going to be really exciting going into it as well. We might have teams playing against each other a lot sooner than they did in this first half of League play, which is really going to shake things up. Teams won't have as long to prepare for certain teams as they did before, and I think that really could make or break a series or two. I'm very excited to see that, but we have one more week of League play to go before that. That's going to be it for us tonight. Make sure to turn in on Wednesday for the podcast as usual, and make sure to turn in next Saturday at the usual time for hopefully one of 2 days of week 11. Hopefully not going to have to do this two all in one day again. So hoping for the best, guys. Thank you guys for staying with us during this extended, very extended match or day. See, I can't even talk. I'm that tired. Thank you, guys. Jockey, is there anything you want to say before we go?
GG's.
GG's is right, guys. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you all next week for the podcast and for the conclusion of this half of League play. Have a great night, guys.
just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you